Hello everybody, it's Witcher 2 time as well. Alright, now I'm gonna have to see to have anything else to do. I remember I had some unspent skill points. Have to Philippa, stop the general battle. Yep, that's it. The big test, or one of the big tests. Bombs, I have some. I don't think I'll need anything else. Oh shit, right? I don't like this. Freeze and bleeding and gives me some vitality. I don't have a rune though. Oh, I have some stuff to sell. Okay. Yeah, I have to sell these. I have from these get rooms, so I guess I can make some. I will need two. Where is this? This is Askia's place.
Don't try anything.
And everyone is home, I guess. Oh, I'm gonna wait here.
Don't try anything.
Ready to craft me something. What is it? This good. Yep, I can make two more. Ooh, it's gonna use the elemental stone. Well, so be it.
So it's really haunted.
Okay. Becomes a negotiator. It doesn't have a very appealing damage range, but a little bit better actually than its damage range. It has cool effects as well, so, and on top of that it's gonna give me HP, which is neat.
It is.
I'm definitely gonna need some what is it? 560 actually. It'll be fine, maybe, hopefully. Let's see, 6 skill points. I don't think I'm gonna invest into this. I don't really believe in the insta-kill. Maybe I should, but I say no. In terms of critical effects, that would be nice. I like that. That would be nice as well, but not completely necessary. This will give me some damage reduction, which is really cool. I have most of these leveled up twice, which is amazing. I didn't think I was that far, so let's say this like 4 points, and then I'm going to be left with something here. I can go for this. I was thinking going for alchemy this way this time, and into this stuff. Level 2, it's gonna reduce the negative effects of potions by 80%, which is really cool. But I don't think potions take effect into the eternal battle. I mean, you can drink potions. You might as well drink some before it, but I don't think they're going to help me in the fights. So this is so I think I'm not going to invest into mutagens. Although let's see. I have 2 HP ones over here and 2 critical effects. So do I have anything else? No, let's see, where can I check? Strength, nope. Well, it might be nice investing in this, but I definitely won't need this. So assuming I'm going to level up to 35 again, that means 6 more points. So for here, what is this? Vigor regen, nope. This is blocking and countering. Let's say 1 point in each, 3 and 2 here, 5. Effects of oils. Well, I kinda wanna pick up effects of oils and bomb damage, but that's gonna be an additional extra. Not my main concern. So let's see, I level these to 1, that's 3, 5 points, 6 over here, and then I'll be able to go into one base. Or maybe for this. Drink additional potions. 10% deals 1 poison. Oh hell. Very tough because I don't have a good armor. I would use this to drink some potions that will give me some resistances and whatnot, but then again I have these. Actually, let me save. And I'm going to check. I have some potions, I don't need to make any new ones. I have bombs, they should be enough. Let's see, oils. I'm gonna probably need Spectre. I got most of the stuff.
Justice.
Oh, so I forgot to sell things. I was actually keeping that in case I don't get another mutagen, but it's no point. I won't invest into impregnation anyway. Okay, I'll keep these materials. I don't think I need to have this. Actually, my armor doesn't have sockets, is it? I forgot. Let's see. Yep, no sockets.
They do.
Rip enhancements.
Probably explain it better.
Well, the other starting armors have sockets, but I think I'm gonna be able to play another game without using those. I'll keep that one, why not? Okay, this. The runs are really good. And the dwarven ones are nice. Yeah, that's about it.
At
So
your
I don't
service.
remember, I guess.
What's the meaning of this, eh?
Okay, for the first time of the quest, I'm just gonna go save next floor in case I need to reload. Okay, saving here and leveling up. Actually, now I have 6 points. I can maybe use this and drink some potions before battle. I'm gonna try it this way. See what happens. Before it puts 15%, damage reduction 15%. I mean, not bad. It should be fine, I believe. Okay. And I guess I'll start this. I don't think I'm gonna put any points into here anymore. This is a potential point dump and maybe this, but I don't think I need those. Alright, Ripper. Let's begin.
You wanted to discuss something?
Yes, I want to discuss something.
I'm ready to
regards-
lift the curse. I've got all the artifacts.
Get to work then, Witcher.
I'll need your help. I need to find the right ghosts, somehow.
They will find you. The aura of the artifacts will lure them. Let them think, speak, and act. Then you'll know what to do. Geralt, there is something else out there.
Yeah.
I scanned the battlefield and noticed the visitor's ghost. It's different from the others. It has changed.
A drog. I expected as much.
Good luck, Witcher.
Oh. So no cutscenes, no flashy stuff. I'm gonna have to travel. Might as well have saved before the fog. Oh well. That is a-okay.
I got a serious career proposal yesterday.
Can I loot this place one more time? I think it's one last time. I forgot when was it here. Oh well. I remember this spot. Oh. They've been already picked up. Okay. Save again.
It's warm. A lovely autumn. I bet the fruit is plentiful. You won't be the ones picking it. You'll be picking enemy heads today. No reason to wait. Slaughter the cat when he must. Wait. The time's not right. Sometimes I forget what we're fighting. Powerful kings have no choice but to wage wars. Then why don't Demavend and Henselt's duel to settle things? My brother-in-law is from Ketwin. Decent fellow. Once I was at a market there. Quality goods, cheaper than our merchants too. Bloody hell, shut it! Every Ketwini is a bastard. Do you know what they'll do to our women if we lose this battle? Have you forgotten that they've come to pillage, burn, and steal our land? Are we to give it away? Horse and sea, at 'em! No. Wait for the signal. There's no time to lose. Silence. Archers, light your arrows. Aim at the first ditch. Get them! Capture the enemy standard!
Oh my god. Please no. Jesus. Well, this isn't going very well. Yep. Okay. Let's try this again.
Get them!
Oh crap. My guy wouldn't stop running. Okay, all my allies died. Now, how do I regen HP? I don't. I just simply die. Doesn't seem like they're dealing that much damage to me, it just seems like I don't know how to fight them. Okay, nice. If I could have eliminated 2 of them, that would have been nice, but I'll take it. Have to get away from the big guy. And fire. Okay, and I'm dead. Not far. This one's so much better in terms of fighting.
Get!
Okay, so right clicks, one of them is dead. And so are my buddies. Nope, too far away. Ooh, so lucky. I like that. Nice. Oh crap. Oh no 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 no. Please no. Why can't you come with me one by one? Margin HP. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, he's burning. Okay, the terrain working in my favor. I like that. And I actually am regenerating HP. Little by little. Stop turning to me! Jesus. Aha! Oops. Sorry. I'm sorry. And nice. Okay, there it is. Never had one of the enemies burning, but it happened this time. Nice to know that the terrain can work in my favor.
Enemy hands. We're sitting ducks here. You need to tell the commander we were ambushed. We can't hold without reinforcements. I'm to tell him. No, Princess Syphilis. Move it, imbecile, before they slaughter us to a man. I shall make it. First battle. Killed my first man. Got blood on my hands.
Okay, let's see if I can go through this section a little bit more complacently. It works. I mean, you can do it even faster, but I'm fine with this. Stop shooting!
He's shooting! He's one of ours!
My lord, the leader of the Dun Banner sent me. We were ambushed. We can't hold.
Weren't your scouts keenly watching the battlefield, Captain?
Yes, sir. They must have dug those ditches in the night. The field was cleared by day. Lady Glephisic scanned it with her magic during the night.
10 lashes to each scout. Hang every third one.
My lord, we need support.
There will be no reinforcements. You must hold. And you, Glephisic, I'll settle this after the battle. The king will learn of your incompetence.
Battles are won or lost by the commanders, not by sorceresses. Remember, I'll make a report too, and...
I've finished talking to you, witch. Time to win this battle. My lords, to your banners. We enter the fray.
I really like how Geralt's and the Ghost's voices intertwine in this section.
Maybe you finished with me, but that doesn't mean I finished with you.
Very cool effects.
Nadovesave.
How can we help you, Sabrina?
My place at Hensel's court is threatened. Furthermore, if Vandergrift wins the battle, nothing will stop Hensel from taking Upper Edin.
The balance of power in the north will be upset. What do you intend?
I shall summon Melgar's fire to the battlefield. It will kill Vandergrift and weaken both sides.
Any use of unconventional weapons may be severely censored.
I'm aware of that.
Hensel's hegemony is counter to the Lodge's plans. We will help you, but remember, in the event that you fail, you'll be on your own.
I am ready.
That's all you've got? You're dying fast, like roaches under my boot. Is there a Kenwenny to match Selkirk of Gallic on this field?
Here they come. That was a nice cheap shot. Oh. Oh, I could have actually strike. Oh well, I'll wait for them here to come one by one. Or not. I guess I went too far back. Face head. Oh, so close. Deep shot, maybe? Yes! The shield guy cannot attack me. And you're dead. And now it's you and me. And go to the side. And dead. Alright. Nice stacking them from the side, which doesn't hurt the shield. Alright, now I'm gonna put these guys one by one. Fighting one of these or two at a time is okay. If more come, it's gonna be a little bit tough. Actually, I'm gonna pull back so that I don't aggro the rest. Nice. Hello? Ooh, shield guy. Nice. I guess if you accidentally aggro the three of them, you can use the tree again to your advantage. Try and fight them one by one. Nope. Wow. Okay. And a cheap shot. This guy was a little bit on the side. There he goes. Now, let's see. Just you? Yep. Come get it. Go get it. Yep, that was easy. And another shield guy. Nope. Nice.
visitor! I've long awaited this meeting.
Leave, Ghost.
I'll not give up an opportunity to duel Van der Grift.
He will kill you.
Selkirk does not fear death.
When you die, your soldiers will die every day afterwards. Forever. Leave. This is a task for a witcher, not a knight.
I do this solely for my men.
Come on!
Mercy. You have failed me.
Who are you?
Your nightmare.
You don't say. Oh, goody. Can you inform again, please? No? Okay.
Trebuchets!
Oh, I forgot to apply some models and the like. Let's see, Spectre. Actually, I should maybe read.
Archers!
Let's read in the middle of the battle.
Trebuchets!
Oh no. Okay, we were lived. I'm thankful for that.
Trebuchets!
And now the seconds. I'm going far away from him, I guess. Oh, come on, get off the duck.
Trebuchets!
Okay. Alright. Oh, this is going to take a while.
Archers!
No, archers, no. Sure, why not? He's just coming to me. Why, Gary? Why?
Damn monsters.
I know, right?
Trebuchets!
Damn monsters. Here? Yes. And he turned to me instantly. That's what I needed him to do. Charge. Okay, I dealt a lot of damage to him. That was nice. One more swipe. Nice. Okay. This time
Should have stayed at home, Vandergrift.
the last time.
First mages to die after such a victory. Gods, we can't fight such sorcery. Sorcerer's hail, unclean fire, we're doomed. Why are they doing this? As the prophecy saith, and the time will come when sorceresses turn on men. Flaming balls rain from the sky, and destruction will be unleashed. What should we do? Wait here for death? I shall lead you as a shepherd leads his flock, safely from the dark abyss.
Nice. Okay, now you simply run. Run for it, man.
Stop firing! Our men are dying! A massacre! Save us, sire!
Sabrina, is that your work?
Order your troops forward, Your Majesty. The Adernian army is routed.
Not only the Adernian, look at that terrified horde. This very morning they were the finest of my knights.
They'll make it if they're reinforced.
Who allowed you to use magic?
Sire, if you strike now, Lawmark will be yours.
You've tainted my honor, brought death to dozens of knights.
Sire, the battle was lost.
You put me to shame, you want them avenged. His troops fought like men of honor should, to the end. Sabrina Glevasig, I sentence you to death. You shall burn the stake. I will return to claim my birthright.
July 25th, 1270. The forests of Angren. No mighty mortal, no heap of meat or strong man can parry the strike of the Slizzard's tail. Letho couldn't either, but by some miracle he survived. I helped him. After all, Witchers on the path should help each other. He had two comrades, brother Witchers from the School of the Viper. The hunt continued south, and Letho of Gullet knew where it was going. He knew where the hellish chase would end.
You're finally awake.
Am I dead or hallucinating?
You wouldn't meet me in the beyond.
I don't remember coming here.
Because you didn't. Don't forget, we sorceresses have our ways.
In that case, thanks for your help.
You're too valuable to let die. You did the impossible. I don't know anyone who could deal with such a powerful curse.
And you're right. I'll be famous. Now you tell me.
You never said I'd face certain death.
I never stopped believing in you. Now,
Right.
tell me everything that happened.
Sure, why not?
I saw Henselt sentencing Sabrina to death. I killed the Draug.
You must have, since the curse has gone.
I saw Vandergrift. I saw a rain of fireballs and death all around me. Everywhere.
Henselt is a criminal. He used the circumstances to kill Sabrina. He hated her.
That's why you sided with Eddern. For vengeance?
It's not about vengeance. It's about a better world. A world without Henselts.
That's utopia.
Passing through such a concentrated mass of the power opens the mind.
Cedric was right. The power of the Wraith's battle restores memory.
And what have you recalled?
Letho, Foltest's murderer. I saved him once and he helped me find the Wild Hunt. I just don't know if we managed to save Yennefer.
Did you learn anything else about the hunt?
When I killed the King of the Hunt, I killed a Wraith. In my memories, I fight the Hunt's riders. Blood flows from their wounds and they cry out in pain.
Which means you do not yet know all.
Not to worry. I will.
And do
You
you?
lifted the curse, but there's no time to rest. Henselt's army will attack at any moment.
How's Saskia feeling?
Completely recovered. She can't wait to deal with Henselt. She'll personally command the defense of Vergen. She's in her element.
A siege can't be her element if she never faced one.
You underestimate her. Keep in mind she's got allies. A famous witcher, and me.
Right.
Perhaps I helped Henselt and put Eddern in danger by lifting the curse, but I had no other choice.
Sometimes you need to amputate the leg to save the body.
Time to decide the outcome of this war.
High time. Zoltan and Yarpen are setting up the troops. They're waiting for you.
So tempo. Hey, good level. Nope. That's fine. I don't think I need to do anything else. Oh wait, my swords. Okay, I would definitely equip that. Thank you very much. I still have Southkirk Cymon. Step. Okay.
I heard the Kedweni are marching.
Ooh, I can make some potions and bombs. Some Greek shot. That's not really a lot. Really? Okay. Let's go for it. Potions. Golden Helmet. I'll make 5. What else? 7. And follow. Just one. I don't know, will I need this? I guess I'll save my materials for now. I may need it against death mode.
1, 2, 1, 2, and again.
Ooh, dancing star. What does dancing star require? Right. Okay.
Yes, sweet blood.
Can I buy stuff?
They'll break their teeth here.
I hope you're right.
I can carry things, I don't need to store anything, but
Even if they don't.
I cannot shop.
Zoltan, prepare the main
Wow,
gate's defenses.
everyone's
I'll
going.
cover the wall.
Everyone's preparing.
You're quite the general, Zoltan.
Why not call me a bloody marshal? Sassy's got it into her head it's either
You're
me
quite
or
the
Jakob.
bloody marshal.
We drew straws, and I lost. It's good you're up. Henselt will be here any minute.
Why? Would he be disappointed not to see me?
He'd be bloody depressed.
You ready?
How are preparations to greet our
Are
visitors
you
going?
ready?
Have no fear. We'll give them a taste of what's due to anyone who's as welcome as warts on the arse. We'll give them a royal welcome. The dwarves are eager for a scuffle. Just do your part, and Kedweni heads will fly like fattened horseflies.
The Kedweni are coming!
Okay.
They multiplied or what?
Time to give them a taste of hot oil.
There are valves in the cauldron sides. You need to clear them. I'll take the left side, you get the right.
Now that I think about it, I mean, I spent all this time preparing potions and stuff, but didn't drink any. Missed this. Nah, I'm fine for now. Oh, they started without me. Stop. Wait. Let's see. Advance. There is also. Is there something else? Nah, this one, that's all. Oh, saving. Can't save. Which one? Hello, boys.
We don't cover them in oil, we'll cover up with their Kedweni outfit.
What? How is he not taking damage? He is actually, but he takes a lot of damage. I can actually do this right now.
Come on! Together! Alright.
Okay.
That hot oil was a great idea. I sure wouldn't feel cold.
They dry up lovely. I'll make mincemeat of your arse!
Thank you for shielding your sword, Geralt. Now I'm fine. I'm really glad for doing that.
I'll make mincemeat of your arse!
Nice.
Fall back behind the second gate, or they'll kill us to a man!
Fall back.
Stop!
Unconquered!
Close the gate! Yes, sir. Stop farting around. To the walls! Like a shot!
At once, bravely.
Hold on a minute. Let's see. Do I have any more of these? I have 5 PIs. Okay. Nice. I knew it would pay off to keep these things. Level up. Let's see. More ingredients. I don't know. More than spend points here for these things. Okay.
Stop farting around! To the wall! Like a shot!
At once, brave leader.
Okay.
The lines. Show them how
Let's have some fun. But without dying.
Saskia!
Saskia! Oh, God. Well, so much for that. Okay. Alright, well, I tried. Right. Look around and shroom. Yep.
Raise your axes!
Yep. I'm up. Welcome die. Just like that. Get chased. Alright.
Repel those Kedweni rags. They won't give up
I
easily.
do.
They'll return if the
That's
thickest
the
bricks.
mango.
To find bricks falling on their heads.
Another assault is coming! Get ready! The day will be ours! It must be!
Upper and down.
It's so cool that these swords give me like 2 more HP. That really helped with the eternal battle, I believe. Here they come.
Raise your axes!
Oh crap. Okay. So much for that. Damn, what the? Alright. Nice. I forgot that was going on. Oops. Excuse me. Sorry. So good. Now the sound. Yep. Anyone else coming up? Nope. Let's see what was gonna go to it. There you go.
Well, it wasn't easy, but seeing those ruffians run was worth the effort.
They'll be back. They're as stubborn as a dwarven farmer.
But their balls are much smaller.
You're looking at their bows.
I need your help, Butcher.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that more often lately.
Seems you're irreplaceable. Listen, tunnels run beneath the town and connect the keep with the dwarven mines.
Who knows about them?
Almost no one, but I decided to secure them anyway and sent a detachment of scouts. None of them returned.
Oi goody.
If Hensel discovered the passage, he's got us.
A bloody gentle way to put it.
If they attack from two sides, we won't hold the fortress.
Now's the perfect time. Hensel's men lick their wounds like flogged bitches.
They'll need about an hour to regroup troops and set up formation for another assault. Let's not waste time. I'll come with you.
Let's see what happens.
You should stay. It's too dangerous.
I thought you more keen. Since when do I avoid danger? The defenses are well prepared. Everyone knows their task. Besides, we'll make it in time.
I'd rather you assigned me an able troop of men.
I won't reform ranks now. This
the
formation is effective. If they don't strike suddenly from the mines, we should hold through the siege.
You're in charge. Lead on.
You surprise me more and more. I thought witches stayed out of politics.
I'm not interested in politics.
Yet you stand on our side.
I stand
That's
on
the whole
your
army.
side. Jorpens.
Would you join them if they fought under a Kedweni banner?
No dwarf would fight for Hensel.
Look, lady, I happen to be here. That's all. Open up. Okay. Anything to make? Nope. I just need to save. In case it's good.
I'll take the lead. Stay behind me, Saskia.
A chivalrous witcher. Another surprise.
The world's upside down.
I thought I was gonna go first. Hello, boys. Yep. Oops, excuse me. What? He's totally with his back towards me. Yeah, it's nice when these critical effects fire up. Oh, monsters. Nice. Wow. Get exploded. It freeze it and exploded. Yep, just like that. Critical effects. Okay, let's see what's going on over here. Nothing. Why do we come here then? Saskia? Oh, I can collect some of these. Yeah, I thought we were supposed to come here. Why do we go to the left? Oh, this.
My lord will soon reach Bergen.
Here it comes.
You'll take them by surprise.
Vergen is in danger and the Virgin of Edirn roams the caves with a witcher. I understand. Your cherry is aching and thoughts turn to pleasure before death. Kill them.
Nice. Alright. I'll take that. Wait, what? Oh, this was supposed to happen. Okay. I forgot. Like how he jumps himself in the teleport.
I know a woman is flighty, but to that scale?
Nice one.
Now you know my greatest secret.
Yep.
I had no choice. They would have killed you.
I guess I really am irreplaceable since everyone or most seem to like me. Now I understand how you would start the toxin. Yep.
Now I understand how you could combat such a powerful toxin.
Philippa is a great sorceress.
Even she couldn't have saved you if you were human.
You're a witcher, so you know a lot about us.
Only golden dragons have the power to assume any form.
My father was a knight with bright eyes. He treated life like a beautiful adventure. He loved humans and tried to understand them. Thanks to him, I believe every man is equal and liberty shouldn't be peddled. Father claimed the world to be filled with chaos and order. Chaos equals aggression. Order is the defense against it.
What happened to him?
He taught me to live among humans and moved on. Dragons do that.
Does anyone else know?
Deathmold.
I meant allies. Yorvith?
Yorvith invented the whole Dragon Slayer story. He believes Edirn needs someone like me, and someone like me needs a legend. He was right.
A dragon appeared during the siege of the Lavalette's castle.
I was helping Arian Lavalette.
Why?
He fought against tyranny and its transgressions. I understood him very well. Vergen could have used someone like him.
Very interesting how Philippa doesn't join in on the fight.
If a dragon helped Vergen's defenders, Henselt wouldn't stand a chance.
Then again,
I
it was
thought about
Sasuke,
that.
so.
But what would happen to Upper Edirn when the dust settles?
I don't know.
You can't foresee everything.
You know how the world treats freaks as well as I do.
But if Vergen falls, your ideals will be vanquished. Maybe averting that is worth the sacrifice.
Let's for a moment assume I revealed my dual nature. Who would lead Upper Edirn? Do you see a replacement for me?
It's hard to imagine one that compares to you.
Dwarves will support their own candidate, elves theirs, and humans will start looking for a king. That's why I must ask you to keep this knowledge to yourself. We'll have to deal with Henselt without a dragon's help.
Maybe
and we
you're
will.
right.
Also thanks to you. I'll never forget what you're doing for Edirn, no matter your reasons, Witcher.
Let's go. The defenders need you.
Conky Day. Alright, let's go. Got nothing else to do here. I didn't even need to make the OP potions. Maybe I'll need it for the final fight.
What
Zoltan?
happened while I was gone, Zoltan?
The fun is about to begin. Herdsman Henselt personally leads all his cattle.
Herdsman has.
We'll win. Is that all?
Ah, we've got unexpected guests.
Such as?
I think one of them's a she. Ugly like shite after winter, but she's good tits. You should have seen our lads' faces when those eyesores entered the courtyard.
Did they say why they want to help us?
Wizard good. Wizard's foe is troll's foe.
Oh.
I met this pair. They can be of use.
Good. We want to create a land without prejudice.
When news that Henselt will personally lead the assault spread, the spirit of our lads fell into the gutter.
Tell them, Zoltan, that if they don't believe in victory, they might as well fly a white flag.
I tried, but they still look down.
Gather the defenders, Zoltan. Why so quiet? I thought you'd be merry. King Henselt himself will honor us with a visit.
We're all going to die.
We can't repel the attack.
Henselt is invincible.
We won't be fighting mere minions, but their king. And the king himself will have to recognize our victory. Could a soldier dream of better than defeating a monarch? Or maybe you're afraid to fight. Maybe we should fly a white flag. It's so simple. Henselt will quickly set up his order here. Inns will be marked humans only. Dwarves will choke in the mines. Elves will perish, hunted in the forests. Lords will slaughter peasants because they didn't bow low enough. Is that the land you want to leave to your children?
No!
Never!
You're shitting bricks because Henselt is coming! Who is he? A god? No. He has arms, legs, and blood, as red as any of ours. If he dares to cross these walls, then we'll gladly spill some of it.
Yes!
Get Henselt!
Long live Saskia!
Many of you won't see the light of dawn again. Many won't return to your women or drink with friends. But we will care for and honor their graves when they enter the earth. Adernian earth. Those who survive will live with their heads held high, for only such a life makes sense. Now, to arms and to the walls, let's show Henselt real war!
Take a few more Attack!
Henselt will pay dearly for this siege!
Oh, here's the trolls. Nice. Nope. Oh, okay. Epic Fair 101. And that's a lot of people. Oh, I drank any potions.
or not?
There he is.
Terrorists, murderers, a death squad. Or freedom fighters in an uneven battle, noble in their suffering. It all depends on your point of view. I helped Jorvith. I gave him my trust. I joined Saskia and took the side of the rebels, their new values and ideals. Time will tell if I was right. One thing is sure. Elves are the best archers who have ever walked this earth.
Jorvith, that's what I call an entrance.
I have to admit, the squirrel has style.
Not all is lost. We need to cut off Henselt's escape.
What are you talking about? He looks as if he likes it here.
He'll change his mind. Join Jorvith and shut the main gate.
Yarpen says Death Mold's magic damaged it.
Yarpen knows fuck all about gates. Cover my arse and I'll close it.
The fate of the battle hangs on it, Dwarf.
There's no bloody gate that Sultan Chive can't close.
Okay, I will keep my points for now. And I'll take the proportions. Wait, what? No way. Okay, well, what is Satan? For the king. For Calvin. Okay, you first then.
Pull up the ladder!
Yes, sir!
Okay, can I do it here? The shows actually didn't help me find them. What was it? They give me golden. What's that? Okay.
Jorvith, we need to get to the main gate, now.
Admit it. You thought I wouldn't come back, Windblade?
You're hellishly good. We need to stop Hensel from retreating.
And then force him to try it. No time to waste. To the gate!
Done!
They're cut off like sitting ducks.
Maybe they'll surrender.
Maybe they will.
Sire, your orders.
we surrender.
The battle is over, King.
You won, and the victors state their terms.
You know my terms. You will relinquish Eden and sign an act of unconditional surrender in which you'll promise your troops will never cross the Pontar.
Is that all?
You'll pay war reparations and recognize the free realm of Upper Eden with Saskia of Vergen at its head.
What about me and my men? What awaits us?
Freedom. It's a great thing. Look how many of my soldiers died defending it.
How much do you want?
We'll discuss the war reparations in detail at Loch Muin before esteemed witnesses. There's one thing Saskia didn't mention.
I'm listening.
Since the dawn of time, wars were, are, and will yet be. One side wins, the other loses. But military conflict should be carried out under chivalrous rules and laws.
What's your point, sorceress?
War criminals, including Deathmold, must be punished.
I need an advisor.
War
that's
criminals
why she
must be
didn't
punished.
join on the fight.
You'll have a new advisor. Sheila de Tanzaville.
Right.
Has this witch gone mad?
It's a necessary condition.
Deathmold committed a crime and he must be punished.
As you wish.
Execute him.
Don't allow them to harass me like a dog! You'll see how a real sorcerer dies, foolish whores!
Swear an oath and you'll walk free.
Who am I negotiating with anyway?
Philippa Eilhart and I speak with one voice.
Be wary of the sorceresses. They often forget whose perch is higher.
Philippa is my advisor.
We await your decision, King.
I, King Henselt, Lord of Kedwin, swear before witnesses that I will relinquish Adarian borders. I recognize Saskia of Vergen's reign in the realm of the Pontar Valley, and I swear to pay war reparations in the amount agreed upon at Loch Muin.
You're free.
Show the king the way out. It's time to go, Saskia.
Yes.
I don't like it.
What?
Saskia. I know her well. She's never behaved like that.
Her eyes look as if she's taken Fistak.
I assure you, she doesn't use it. Let's follow them.
Okay, let's.
They
And
disappeared.
yes,
A teleport.
Let's search Eilhart's house. She was in a hurry. Maybe she left something.
maybe she did.
Let's take a look.
Oreos, which I probably won't need.
Yorvith, over here. I've got
What is it?
a tome of potion recipes.
We've no time to read books.
Sorceresses carefully guard books like this.
Not that carefully. After all, she left it behind.
She was in a hurry.
She was in a hurry.
Could this book have anything to do with the Dragon Slayer?
It may have something to do with the dragon. Uh-oh.
Most things in this land seem to have something to do with Saskia, the dragon.
How do you know?
She told me.
Then keep your mouth shut, Gwynblade, because if...
I know what will happen if they learn, Yorvith. I've found Thaumadour's recipe.
Eilhart already told us the ingredients for mage pain. How's it relevant?
Usually the recipe for an antidote is right next to the one for the poison.
I can recite it exactly. Royal blood, an immortelle, a dragon's dream, and petals from a rose of remembrance.
Yet this book doesn't even mention a Rose of Remembrance.
I recall perfectly that Alhart said a Rose of Remembrance combined with an immortelle heals the mind.
What if she lied? Maybe it doesn't heal the mind, but influences it. Philippa passed the flower to Saskia through a kiss, the symbol of love and perdition.
I'm confused.
I think Philippa subjugated Saskia's mind by adding the rose to the antidote.
I'll kill that bitch.
Philippa has magic and an obedient dragon at her command. She could have a strong influence on the conference.
But what does she want?
We can only learn that in Loch Muin.
Let's go then, Gwynblade.
Geralt! Saskia's disappeared. People are getting riled.
Dwarves, too.
Saskia's spellbound. Philippa controls her.
You're shitting me.
I knew something was up. I could feel it. She ordered Deathmold executed, no trial, just like that. A gesture from Philippa is all it took.
That bastard deserved it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Zoltan had ordered it, as vengeful as he is. But Saskia?
Where is she?
Philippa's taken her to Loch Muin. I'm going after Saskia, with Yorvith. Everything suggests those responsible for Foltest's death will be at Loch Muin.
Some still say you killed him.
I've got to stop that drivel. Don't have a choice, but you do.
The elite of the North is gathering at Loch Muin. I couldn't forgive myself if I wasn't there. It'd be a sin against art.
The art of poking your nose in others' business.
You'll be needed here until Saskia returns. Order must prevail. There can be no strife. The victory over Henselt was an important step, but only the first on a long road.
The hymn I composed could help.
Vergen will need many more songs.
I certainly hope our paths will cross again, Geralt of Rivia.
Stop dramatizing. You can be sure of that. We've got unfinished business of our own.
Huh? Oh, aye.
Let's go then, Gwynblade.
Sheila de Tanserville. I'd sensed from the start that some dark mystery lay behind that cold countenance. Following the demise of the Council and Conclave, there was no one left to keep the mages in line. But regicide? Why? What was this all about? It seemed these questions would be answered at Loch Muin, an ancient city amidst mountains, the remnants of the civilization of the Vrans, whose dusk had come long ago. And you would be right to ask, why did you not set out for Loch Muin, Master Dandelion? Vergen was free, yet what is freedom without its awareness? It might too easily pass from hand to hand were a nation to lack individuals capable of pointing the way. I remained in the Palantir Valley. That is the task fate seemed to assign me, to safeguard freedom as it budded and bloomed. Who knows, I may yet prove freedom's bard. Yet forever feeling a vast shared responsibility for the fate of the North, I dispatched to Loch Muin my faithful and capable friend, Geralt of Rivia. Have I mentioned his disdain for politics? Well, it was at Loch Muin where he could finally give vent to it.
Even gesehen?
Asire varanheid.
Me voltocht en gehedve. Me vertruv het en Bellengrek.
Visidein ip kiezelt. Net en verbtene. Het en kriza. Do you know what this is?
I know.
Who it is?
Tris Marigold. Until recently advisor to King Foltest. Artifact compression. A complicated spell.
Is she alive?
Her life processes are on hold, but it is reversible. Though very difficult.
You created a portal between Loch Muin and Nilfgaard. You should manage the figurine.
Stand back. I cannot be sure how her body will react to decompression.
No pentagrams, candles, spilt blood.
It figures you'd know little about magic, Ambassador. It matters not.
We need her alive, Asira. Make sure her body survives decompression well.
I'll do what I can. But she will be disoriented for some time. What is your name? Oh! Tell me your name. Tret!
Vise getocht gedein. Vise espeit eb wovret. Dartocht eb nedling derien. Mehen eveneens eb turin. Me pöft en alverdeg. Marigold. Your name is Triss Marigold.
I recognize this valley. This path leads to the city bridge.
Harpy tracks everywhere. When were you here last?
Long wasting time. These mountains have witnessed the fall of two civilizations. First that of the Vrans, then of ours, the
They may be about to witness the fall of a third. Did the elves conquer the Vrans?
No, disease did, and the climate. Long ago, the sources of the pond did not freeze over, frozen. Flowers. Knights of the Flaming Rose at a peace summit.
I wonder whose side they're on.
On that of whoever paid them.
Any idea who might have summoned them?
Radovid. Now the scum of the Order wear the Redanian coat of arms as they burn pyres. Witch hunts are their favorite pastime, or so I've heard.
Radovid witnessed what the Order did in Vizima. He saw the Grand Master's madness with his own eyes. Yet he gave them a new home. For a good reason, I expect.
That's easy. He needed a whip against Isleheart.
They've made camp outside the city walls. Means they're not here in an official capacity.
Are they on vacation?
Maybe they just don't want to stand out.
Isleheart has a dragon up her sleeve. Radovid has invited a unit of the Order's knights.
Don't forget Sheila and Henselt.
It should be an interesting peace summit.
You shouldn't let them see you.
I know. To them, a good elf is a dead elf.
It's not because you're an elf. It's because you're Yorvith.
I'll try to enter the city through the caves. I advise you to do the same.
The knights will know I'm wanted. You know the passage?
I know of a cave nearby. There are many ways to enter Loch Muin, my friend. If Radovid has summoned the Order, I'm certain the others have brought their armies as well. The city must be full of soldiers. All of them sitting as if on a witch's bomb, waiting for a spark. But that may be to our advantage. If the rulers have holed themselves up in camps, it should be easy to move about between them.
Let's go before we get noticed.
Okay, I guess if you enter through the front, you probably go to the Cymon camp, so that means you have to slaughter everyone. And save here. Gonna fight these guys again. Yeah. Okay. OP. Alright, so where was it? There it is. Damage to gargoyles and large monsters. I'll definitely need that sword. It will speed things up tremendously. Alright, goody. Let's see, insectoid.
Good you're here. Look what I found.
Keep your distance.
Already forgotten that a similar creature hung around my cave.
Hello, these guys. Why not? Nice, good one. Okay, well, that was anticlimactic. Shouldn't have frozen anything. Yes, maybe. They also may not have an animation for escaping the... Oh, hello. More? Yeah. Wait. You can drop anything? Okay. So be it. We're there yet? Yep.
There's a forested valley on the other side of the city, once teeming with wildlife. It's now dead. The royal delegations arrived here that way.
I know. That's why we went around. We're exactly killing the
As the years went by and the climate turned colder, the Vrans had less and less food. Their hunters descended to the lowlands, where they encountered the first human settlers and their plagues, typhus, dysentery, and pneumonia. The Vrans began to fall ill.
I'm sorry, bro, what's up here? Oh. Anything else? You can just use white shroud. Huh? A winter shroud. Here you start sent to freezing ice army. With 20% chance of freezing enemies. Okay, didn't know
They
about
tried
this.
to save themselves, building an aqueduct and sewers that rivaled today's. But it grew colder, and
We're in Loch Muin.
We're on the fringes somewhere. We should find what we came for nearer the main quarters.
Let's go.
Beers. Let's not fight them. Yay, yay.
Take that.
More like me. Okay, that was interesting. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, anyway. I did not know that my coin was down. Wait, can't we go around this way? Nope. We can't. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna wait for them here.
How many more can there be?
Oh, he's still alive? I thought he was going to explode. Okay. Ah, he's full HP. And the game bugs out and doesn't show the health bar. Nope. He's 1 HP. Alright. So much for these guys. Now I'm gonna have to return, fight them again. Shame. Let's see, can I not do it right here, right now?
Medallion's telling me something.
And those long shadow, the moon quietly moans. It is autumn already. So autumn maybe will be time, which is this. Moon quietly moans. And this is the first one. And the moon will be maybe sky, which is I think this. I'm gonna try it. Let's see what happens. Okay, it happened. Nice. Now I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. This part of the puzzle has been solved, which is nice. And but 2 more to go.
They gagged Philippa in the nick of time. She
The
almost
next
cast a
one,
spell, rotting in
one
the
of them
Redanian
is
dungeon
okay.
now in special shackles.
Radovid's right to show the witches their place.
I wonder what they'll do to her. Either the executioner or the monsters will have their fun. They say Logmuin's dungeons are full of scum of all kinds.
No idea what they locked her up for, but every sorceress is guilty of something.
True enough. Not likely to see anyone weeping for her.
A dungeon befits Philippa Eilhart very well, though gallows would be even better.
If they killed her, you can forget about healing Saskia.
They must guard her as heavily as the Emperor's bedchamber. We'll not get in there.
I'm in no hurry to visit the Emperor's bedchamber, but we've got to get into the dungeon.
Look for a passage through the sewers. I'll locate Eilhart's quarters. If she didn't expect to be arrested, I may find something interesting there.
Okay.
The tunnels beneath the city sound reasonable.
They used to lead almost everywhere, though some passages may have collapsed during the fires.
It's still worth a shot.
Let's go then.
I'll find Philippa. You search her quarters.
Right. We learned a lot the last time we browsed through her things. Va fail, Gwynblade.
Alright, I'm gonna try this puzzle. No? Yep. Okay, alright. Unbelievable. How about this, actually? Nice. Anyone else? Are you going to come to life? Nope. Alright. But I had to use my ultimate ability. Now I won't have it for the golem.
Medallion again.
Who is here actually? I think it was in another place. Oh well. Oh really? You can get frozen as well. Alright. Get chased. Erkaron Shigarund. Alright, now let's see what's going on here. Behold the comet, it is like a wolf in times of scarceness, an evil lullaby. Okay, comet, maybe sky, wolf, different animals. Or animal, which is this. This is time. How is it? Oh, comet, sky. This will be sky. Wolf, times of scarceness. I don't remember if scarceness could be something, but I'm going to try. Yay, it works. You have something to say? No? Okay. I guess it's not here. Save again, just because I don't know if I'm going to die over here. Kinda about now. And I'm already like half HP, which is not good.
I don't believe you killed Foltest.
Me
I
neither.
didn't. But a bounty is a bounty. I'm sure you understand. As a professional. It's nothing personal. One more windbag.
Nice. Okay, this. And oh goody. Oh, not goody. Can eliminate the archers, it will be much easier. Then again, I have to be careful with the mage as well. Teleport away, maybe? Nope. Was actually about to die. Nice. I'll take that. What exactly happened? Did he kill himself? Because of the fire range area effect thingy? Maybe? Oh. I bet some gargoyles were coming down. I'm gonna be having nightmares now with these gargoyles. Okay. Anything useful on you? Nope. These pants and boots could be nice, I guess, but I don't care about those. Not in this playthrough. And heartbeats.
Come on!
Bring up. I don't appreciate this. Alright.
Hey!
Should be fine now. I don't remember. Like when or where did I have to fight the guy? What was his name? Selkirk's brother, was it? Oh, Stilgar. Yeah. Anyway, I can do the Mighty Numa quest.
Are you the Mighty Numa?
Who's asking?
Someone who wants to see if your nickname suits you.
Then come to the circus and watch me rip off the ploughing chains wrapped round my body.
You've got a big mouth.
And you've pissed off the Mighty Numa. Put down your coin and give me your hand.
I've always been the curious sort.
Yeah. I believe it's possible, but I've never done it.
They say witches are tough, but you, in the circus, you could maybe kick a clown's ass.
No, you cheat.
Scalen Burden told me you cheat.
And you believe that stinking midget?
It's you I don't believe. Fact is, you could only get that kind of strength from potions.
Fuck you! You're as loaded with potions as squirrel shit is with nuts.
I was clean during our bout. You're a Khan. They should call you Numa the Cheater.
One more word and I'll shove your tongue so deep down your throat it'll come out your arsehole.
Yeah. You're not fast enough.
How will you do that? You'll lose your coordination when you're headless.
Why the aggro? I don't need any aids. I'm still the best without them. You lose, something.
So you admit you cheated?
I'm looking to earn a few orens.
You can only lose them with the mighty Numa.
You a thief?
I don't have to steal. I kick everyone's ass when it comes to arm wrestling. Care to try me?
Sure.
I've always been the curious sort.
Hurt. And he goes from the toughest opponent to the easiest one. Such a shame.
My little ace tits. No one's ever beaten me.
Yep. Her arse too.
If I give you something, will you keep this to yourself? The circus finds out I lost, they'll can me. The mighty Numa must be invincible. Take this and keep your trap shut. Please.
All right. Thanks.
I wish they gave an option to refuse him. What does he give you anyway? This? Whatever.
Let me guess.
Behold, the mighty Numa, and I am his apprentice.
Way to spoil my fun.
The mighty Numa breaks the necks of bulls, bends iron bars, defeats everyone. Numa.
Probably cheats in the circus
His
as
secret
well.
lies in the mushrooms and herbs cultivated in Ilanda and
Why,
picked in the
maybe
mornings
it
by
does.
virgin priestesses. They can be yours for a very reasonable price.
Uh-huh. How about you buy something from me? Oh, can you sell this? Nope. Oh, so it says quest item. Range, don't need this. Aracas, you take it. Androga, nope. I don't need the Karen as well, but yeah. Why the heck not? There was something else. Oh. Wait, what? He gave me... I forgot what it was called. The gloves, yeah, these ones. Alright. I'm done with you. I will go back to the spot and meet with Silgrad.
Oh, be damned.
No herpes this time. Not like I'm complaining though, don't get me wrong.
I knew we'd meet again.
Yes.
Silgrat doesn't forget humiliation.
What do you want?
You won't
More
win this time.
humiliation.
All of Edern will know the power of Silgrat's fist. Stand and fight.
Okay. Silgrat doesn't play around, he takes it right in the face. Yep, just like that.
Be off! Oh, the fucking shame.
Poor guy. Alright. I'm done with this. Says quest completed, score to settle. But then it says wait for events to unfold. Why? Why oh why, game? How happy is he then?
Hey!
Nice.
Watch it!
Nothing special. Ah.
Now you tell me. I don't work with sorceresses. This is no job for me.
What's going on? Are you about to fight?
The Conclave has forbidden dueling.
You can't just back out. We agreed. We have commitments to fulfill.
You did take an advance on your fee.
And I'm keeping it. Don't you follow me.
Witcher Geralt. A sight for sore eyes you are. May we speak?
Didn't expect to see you again. Certainly not here.
Loch Muin is an intriguing place.
For scientists especially.
We've mounted a small expedition and require protection.
What kind of expedition are we talking about?
We have irrefutable evidence that Epte Henna's laboratory is located in Loch Muin.
We need an armed man to protect us from the filth in the sewers. They're infested with monsters.
The details you'll get from our employer.
A sorceress.
What was Der Henna doing in this city?
Everyone's heard of his 1,000 genie curse, but few know that he also had a penchant for the history of Loch Muin. He was particularly interested in the Vrans and their ultimate decline as a civilization. In his memoirs, he mentions that he left his archive here. That's how we pinpointed the location of his laboratory.
You did?
The sorceress did, in point of fact.
But we're the ones who know everything about Epte Henna.
I wrote my dissertation about the man. To arrive at the laboratory, we must pass through the sewers.
Without any suspicion.
I know a thing or two about monsters. And about sorceresses. What's this one's name?
I'm sorry, but we cannot disclose her name until you agree to join us.
Nice talking to you then.
Cynthia. Her name is Cynthia.
Oh yeah. Alright. I'll help you.
Alright. I'm willing to help.
You won't regret it.
Where do we start?
We've gained access to an ancient crypt where mages were laid to rest. It's beneath that tower. Our companions await us there.
Okay.
So,
I guess maybe I'll finish
It's not that simple. A pass is simply not enough. But Philippa Eilhart summoned me here for an important exam, so I hope to be one soon.
An exam?
A secret one. I'm not even sure how to prepare. I'm cramming intensely, everything bit by bit, just to be sure.
Good luck. Still willing to sell me potions and herbs?
I'm a student, aren't I? Every little copper counts.
Okay, I don't remember if I will need to buy anything. Maybe I'll need to buy some materials if I am to make... Oh wait. No, I can still make that, right? Right. I just forgot to get the whatever it is, some manuscript or something to find the operator. Well, I guess I won't be fighting the operator. Then again, I'm really not that eager to fight him. Ah, he's here again.
Yes?
The mages will be overjoyed if you sign their treaty. Any
So maybe
idea who'd be the
that's
advisor
where
in
you're
Vengerberg?
making for the
They insist on appointing the advisors themselves. though I doubt Saskia will accept that.
Anything can happen.
That lass will allow no one to control her. I've been observing her. She's a splendid commander.
Making her even more dangerous if anyone manages to manipulate her.
I'm not sure I understand.
Just thinking aloud. I guess you're here about the war with Kedwin.
They wouldn't let us near Natalis, and Radovid refuses an audience. Scandalous. The mages drone on about their coven of advisors, but even they don't take us seriously. Perhaps the prince could get something, but I'm not certain they'll let him into the talks. Hensel protested, and the others are too cowardly to stand up to him. As a result, we are not officially here.
Hensel can't openly interfere in your matters.
Who's to stop him? He claims the prince is preparing to set a dangerous precedent by eradicating serfdom.
Terrible crime. Next thing you know, he'll do away with court protocol.
Okay, this guy, oh, he was playing dice.
At your service?
Oh, we're fighting now, huh?
Renounce magic, I tell you! Shatter your towers and crystal balls!
Yeah, I can pick up some contracts. Bind Numa, or you get that. Hell shapes, charisma. Oh, this is get a haircut here.
Break your wands and burn your hats!
I think
turn away the black cat! And the
here.
bat, the owl, and the rat!
Okay.
I remember.
Likewise!
It's a brazen attack. King Radovid.
Alright, I'll go finish the gargoyle stuff.
The audacity!
Real quick.
Leave me be!
Guess I'll never learn.
Oh my god, no. Damn it. You have to get up faster, girl. No.
Shit, you stink.
Well, those were some nice dices. Okay. Dices and dices, left and right, right and left. Not good. Is alright? Yeah, they don't get frozen. Why? Okay. Alright. You got me. I'll take at least one of these. Actually, I could have taken the other one as well. Oh well. Let's say I have the damages. I mean, I could have also used the other sword for bonus damage. I'm just counting on them getting frozen, but no. Too good for that, eh?
Shit, you stink.
More? Nope. Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Were there any enemies here? I don't think so.
Medallion's telling me something.
Okay. So let's see. What divertimento clouds are like these when bells ring. So clouds made sky, bees and more bells. Oh, maybe the bells are associated with time. So if bells of time, clouds, this is sky, animal, so that's the first one. If I'm correct. Nice.
You hold the sword of Aramil, who defied his king's rule. The Lord of the Wild Hunt desires the gene of the Elder Blood. He seeks to fling open the gates between the worlds so that terror and destruction may reign. The King of the Hunt ordered me slain, and the wraiths born at his command assumed living form, pursuing me through the voids between the worlds for centuries. I have arrived at Loch Muin. Though tired, I know I will not rest. The riders of the hunt draw near. On my back, I can feel their deathly breath.
Okay. Where's that scout? I guess it helps doing this quest kind of back to back or recently. Then I don't have to buy the books, although if the puzzles were different, in every playthrough the puzzles are different, I might not have known some of the words. So there is that. And there is also this guy.
Erso, what are you doing here?
No future in rat catching. I decided to pursue a career in entertainment instead.
Good luck.
The game is
This
not
troop has
there
potential.
now.
As their manager and master of ceremonies, I'll make these folk the most famous entertainers north of the Yaruga. Seen our new number?
Hold on, Erso, before you get all worked up. I've had more than my share of entertainment recently. What I need to know is if you still make traps.
Anything for a colleague?
Okay. Arrow stash. Oh, that's a silver sword as well. Whatever. I guess I'll stash it, why not?
It's a brazen attack. King Radovid will learn of this.
Actually, I need to make some... I mean, I don't really need to, but it would be nice if I make some runes.
You idiot!
Let's see here, so do you still any runes? Because I don't remember. Nope. Just bombs and traps. Can I make any runes? Not quite. Neckers. Will I fight Neckers? I don't remember.
And the bat, the owl, and the rat.
Well, maybe someone sells? Who knows?
I'm Geralt.
Brass of Banard. I remember you from Thanet. I believe I saw you in Oxenfurt too.
Seems we only ever meet on Elvenland.
Indeed. But I suspect you're not here to chat about elven ruins.
On the contrary, I find elven ruins interesting.
Do you really? Elven works are not half as interesting as gnomish ones.
But even ruined, Loch Muin is impressive. It must have been beautiful in the times of the First Conclave.
Everything was better before the war, as they say.
The sources. Those children that old Geoffrey Monk brought here to train in the magic arts must have walked around gaping at all they saw.
Somehow I just can't imagine Hen Giddimdeath as a small gawking boy.
You met him? Ah, right, on Thanet. His death was a terrible loss. Terrible. You see, Geralt, everyone complains about how the world is taking a turn for the worse.
Values are being compromised. The small is dislodging the great.
Exactly. But the events on Thanet truly marked the end of an era. The world grew up, losing its virginity in a rape.
What use are masters of magic and legendary heroes to a grown-up world?
They're of no use. That's the point. Today, people manage perfectly well without mages, witches, and heroes.
Yet not everyone understands that, and not everyone likes it.
You're so clever, you'll get in trouble. We'd best change the subject.
Actually, I'm here because of your weapon expertise.
I'm no expert.
You're the best swordsmith among mages.
I'm more interested in the cultural relics of other races, actually.
I'm going to need a solid cultural relic in my hand.
I guess the circumstances require haste.
I got rid of the gargoyles.
Excellent. At last, we can explore the hitherto inaccessible districts. And
yeah, I've already kind of explored. Don't mind me. Manuscript.
I found a manuscript that
Where
might
did
help.
I pick it up?
Interesting. This volume is sealed by ancient magic.
Only highly valuable things get that kind of protection.
Too true.
Do you know how to unlock it?
I'd need ingredients that can be obtained from certain monsters. Unfortunately, they don't occur around here.
I don't think
I'll
I
need
picked
the
it up.
pheromones of a queen
Oh,
emperor,
that's the Mystic
blood
River
of a Necker
quest
warrior,
stuff.
and the brain of a bulvor.
Yeah.
We can substitute the tongue of a rot fiend for the harpy's egg.
Quite a list. I'll see what I can find.
Do I have them? Yep.
I have the ingredients you mentioned.
Unbelievable. Give them to me.
Unfortunately, I missed the
We must get the proportions right.
beach house stuff for the
Done. Let's see what's in the manuscript.
operator.
By the gods.
What did you find?
Instructions. A description of how to forge the legendary sword known as Kerm.
Ah.
The sword will be yours. You deserve it, Witcher. I will consider forging it an honor.
Thanks. So long.
But what about the Bran armor? Okay, I'm completely mixing things up. Okay. Whatever. With artillery, germ, extends duration of blade oils, the relevant chance of insta-kill. Not really that hard to craft. I don't think I need it though. Oh wait, is it the steel or silver one? Steel. Yeah, I'm fine with this one. Then again, the damage range. Okay, so let's see, what
This
am
would
I
never happen
carrying
if the
that
conclave
weighs
still
so much?
existed.
This is the thing, but I'm gonna need it. This isn't weigh anything because it's a quest item. I don't get it. Many materials. I guess I can sell some of these.
And if Grandma had a mistake...
Greetings.
Many thanks for the compliment. Welcome to the Eternal Fire.
Kitchen open day and night?
Not quite.
It's not that kind of fire.
Yep.
The Eternal Fire is the light of truth, the hearth of a true community. Only in the Eternal Fire, beneath the sign of this clan, can we burn witches all day, and man is fellow man.
Let's see, where was it? These. Oh yeah, I can sell these. Stone of brain. I don't think I'm gonna need that. The metal stone. Yeah, these weigh me down quite a bunch. Quite a bit. Okay. I feel so much lighter now. Like it was. Crafting component. Let's sell like 20. Okay, 21. Whatever. I can sell this. Necker eyes, I'm definitely keeping those.
We must protest with all our power.
There's the job stuff. Even these. Okay. I feel so much better now.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, I want those to make the Riskett room like 3 times more. Let's see, can I make that now? Oh yeah, I forgot. Well,
Diddle yourself, pauper.
I don't know how I'm going to get those. Can I buy them? Do you sell them? Someone around here must sell rooms.
No more. It's not too late to repent.
I don't think it's gonna be the innkeep.
She should reason with this brat. She should pull down his pants and give him a thrashing in front of all
Yeah,
those
oh,
knights.
that's probably an item from my stash.
Damn right, rude.
Okay, so who might it be? This guy maybe?
How are things?
You're either very unobservant or very rude.
What do you
I
mean?
thought I'd meet some of my colleagues from years past, chat with them and reminisce, but they all turn their heads away and treat me like air.
Mages aren't known for being polite.
You're telling me. They threw me out of Bannard the first chance they got. Must have beaten the Chancellor one too many times. They've all forgotten me and I believe I've had enough. I'm getting rid of the grimoires and amulets. I don't want anything to do with mages.
I'd like to cast an eye at those if you don't mind.
Sure. Cast both if you want.
Sure. Why not? Hey, he sells, but just one. So I'm gonna have to wait. I'm trying to think, when am I going to fight the Nakeds again? I don't remember. How much does one cost? $500. Oh, I need only 3, so okay. I mean, I can do with 0 as well, probably. Not like they're too OP. Alright, I'm gonna get this quest now. And I don't remember what the solution was, so they showed the fun. Also, I wanna try this room again. Hello. There was a quest involving this room and the room behind it, but I don't remember how to start it or activate these crystals. Yep. It takes a chip shot. What? Alright. Resonating crystal. So I think they have to be activated in a certain order and with heart, but yeah. Right. And then I have to wait for my vigor to regen, and it's not fun. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. That actually damages me. Battle team playing, you know. Okay, this one next? Nope. So let's say this is the first one, then this one, then this. I'm not sure it really hits it, so I'm gonna try again. Alright. Bugger in the chest. Get out, please. Okay. So this one, and this one. Nope. So maybe it has to be a different order. Now start with this one. Okay, so the other option is this. Let me try again. Nope. Okay, so if this is the first one. Oh, come on. Okay, I won't drop it. Whatever. This is the first one, then this is the second one. It works. Okay. And this one is the second one, and then this. Nope. Well, this is the first one, and this is the second one. Oh, it doesn't happen. Nothing happens. Do I have to stand right in front of it? I don't know. Alright, I give up again. Maybe I have to pick up a specific item to, you know, have a clue. I don't know. There was something about it, but I don't remember what.
We've broken through in the right spot.
Quiet.
Stand ready. He killed Vanamar.
And many other mages. I know who he is, Cynthia.
Non-mages too.
Is Philippa, and you didn't even bother to change your name. That takes balls.
Philippa's out of the picture. She's been arrested.
And I was supposed to die, but I didn't. Grave error.
I'll make you a deal.
So I can fight them right now.
Any deals we make will not be on your terms.
Hear me out.
So be it.
Witcher, help me complete my mission. Help me open Der Henner's laboratory.
What'll you give me?
I've read the intelligence reports. I know your past. There are things in there, important things you don't remember.
I could force you to tell me.
I don't think so. Will you torture me? We both know you couldn't.
We'll come back to that.
Fine. I'll help you open the laboratory.
In exchange, I'll tell you all I can. Do we have a deal?
Yeah. One more thing.
We made a deal.
I'm even faster with my sword. No tricks.
Are we likely to
Okay.
drowners?
That was
Or
interesting.
related species? Perhaps other monsters?
That is how this world's built. Sewers are infested
350.
with monsters.
Nice. I will take some potions. Thank you very much. And let's see, maybe I can make some. Just a couple. Yep. And let's see, 3 talent points. Not really gonna make use of this, not yet. I'm gonna keep the talent points. I don't really need the oil duration stuff. So fine in terms of damage.
Ghouls?
No.
Oh, come on. Why target me only? Okay, that might work somehow. It's really nasty because there isn't much room around here to work with. Now I have no HP for the next fight, which is so awesome. Pioneer, thank you very much. Gwen and Entragus. Should burn nicely. Uh-oh.
I'm impressed.
I've kept my end of the bargain. I hope you'll keep yours.
Be sure of it.
Greater vitality. Nice. Actually, come to think of it, I can now even invest in impregnation since I saved up my points. And I have some cool mutagens to work with. What is this? I don't remember what that was. I remember this part,
Take
but...
that.
Oh well. Oh no. Really, guys? Really? That's how you treat me? Unbelievable. I'll remember that. Let's see, what was this? Insectoids, necrophages. Can I carry much more? Yep. A lot more.
I'm no rat to run around sewers. What we're looking for, anyway? Some graves, I heard.
Graves? So maybe there is something in this for us.
Shut your traps. Want the sergeant to hear? We've been deep shite.
We've got company.
Redanian bastards.
Redanian bastards. There is sure one tomato and one over here.
The entrance must be somewhere here.
If our experts are to be trusted.
Dehenna dabbled in illusions, among other things.
He also experimented heavily with golems.
Golems with the power of speech, supposedly. They knew nothing of poetry, but...
Will you two shut up?
Yes, it's an illusion. I found a weak spot. Stand back. Later Elorn, Lisa Elorn, later dear!
At times I'm caught. You can get my kind of feat. Though I have no needles, they say I am piercing. What am I?
Careful with the answer. It could be a trap.
Typical of Dehenna. He was a genius with a penchant for mischievous jokes. Like a child.
So a couple of adults, purported experts, should have no problem solving this.
Indeed, it's trivial.
And?
The answer is pain.
Incorrect.
Owned.
No! Impossible!
Oh,
so
it
many
is
years of research together.
very, very
Why
possible.
did we ever embark on this?
Oh, guys. Alright. Now I have the chance to save.
Imagine the books.
We must go on.
Potions.
Pleasant or terrible. I come at night or in daytime. Short or long. But yours alone. Essential. I am.
Wait. Is this the same answer? Let's see.
Time.
Incorrect.
Nope. I missed something. Nice. And there goes Geralt. That's how the story of Geralt of Rivia ends.
Pleasant or terrible. I come at night or in daytime. Short or long.
Short or long.
Yours alone.
Yours alone.
Essential. I am.
Yeah, it has to be a dream.
A dream.
Correct.
Okay.
It's going rather well so far.
Not for everybody.
Yeah, and not from the first try.
Someone's been here recently.
Oh, I wonder who. Wait, what? Orange and pants and serious door. Can I please? Really? Oh, now I can move through. Okay.
Well, the competition's here.
Wow.
Kill them!
Alright. So much for talking. Hello, boys. Damn, get stunned and handled. Oh. Oh, that's indeed. I think there was an enemy mage. I forgot they don't have mages. Nice.
They must have descended straight from their quarter.
Let a Nordling.
Another guardian.
Blooded not like.
Later Elorn. Lisa Elorn. Later, dear.
Later? How about now?
It's reacting to my spell.
Okay, collected the books. Let's see how this one goes.
A group of travelers wandering through the dark. 3 guides above them, so 3 were marked. At night they trailed a drake serpentine and a silver lady shining and fine. If only her visage she would deign to unfold. By day they followed a mountain vault, its riches untold.
Did I hear someone complain about the riddles being too easy?
Let's think this through.
I think
there
they
are
already
9
died.
alcoves, a fresco in each. That's 3 groups of 3 frescoes.
The riddle mentions 3 guides above the travelers. We must examine the frescoes, seek answers there.
I'll advise you about the riddle, but I will not take part in disarming the device. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Okay. So I think the last one was this. Or was it this one? I always forget. I think it's this one. The first one is one of these two. I'm gonna go with this one, and the silver lady, I think, was this, or was it this? I don't know. Definitely not that. Okay, so how can I order them to go around?
I wager we have a few more of their Henna
Gaspard
surprises
to
for unwanted
I
visitors.
expected a greater...
A group of travelers wandering through the dark. At
Yeah.
night they trailed a drake serpentine and a...
What do you think of the first verse?
I would say it describes a serpentine dragon swallowing its own tail, which represents infinity and thus time. The hourglass likewise symbolizes time. In this case, the time of the traveler's journey.
I believe it's the dragon constellation. It would be visible at night. What's more, sources on alchemy invariably portray dragons as winged, and as an accomplished alchemist, Gehenna would also be a competent astrologer. The verse must refer to the constellation.
Actually, maybe this
In
one.
alchemy, the winged serpentine dragon represents prime matter, an essential component in the process of alchemical transformation. The verse seems to indicate the allegory illustrating that transformation.
Okay, so someone go to the dragon constellation.
It should be the dragon constellation.
I shall take that one.
Let's try this one first.
What do you think of the second verse?
To my mind, it speaks of the white rose, symbol of the order of the flaming rose. You see, the fresco itself resembles a coat of arms, and in heraldry, silver is rendered as white. So the silver lady and white rose are one and the same.
I think it describes the full moon. In alchemy, the moon represents both silver as a metal and the feminine element.
The order remains largely unknown in the south, so the white rose seems unlikely. Every Nilfgaardian, on the other hand, has heard of the Imperial Nausicaa Brigade, which has the Death's Head as its symbol. The brigade's name is female, and they say death follows the unit. So the Silver Lady could very well be Nausicaa or the Death's Head.
Alright, let's go with the full moon. Actually, analyze it one more time.
What do you think of the second?
To my mind, it speaks of the White Rose, symbol of the Order of the Flaming Rose. You see, the fresco itself resembles a coat of arms.
I think it describes the full moon. In alchemy, the moon represents both silver and...
The Order of the Brigade...
I think it's the full moon.
Allow me.
What do you say to the third verse?
It describes the precipice, the ravine amidst mountains. An ancient rule in alchemy states, as above, so below. The vault is the ravine into which the riches of the mountain flow.
We must read the third line literally. To me, it suggests the Mahakam Mountains and its mines, from which dwarves and gnomes extract many ores that are invaluable to alchemists. Those mountains are a vault in and of themselves.
The verse is not literal. In many legends, towers are in fact vaults, which the hero must penetrate in order to rescue an imprisoned princess or find a long-concealed magic item. The mountain vault is the tower.
Mine entrance in the mountainside.
Mine entrance in the mountainside. That seems logical. I'll stand next to that fresco.
It seems so.
Let's see if we can solve this. Take your places.
Count me out. I want to live.
As you will.
Intruder detected.
That was correct.
No!
And
our
here
expedition
comes
has grown
the
thin.
golem chap.
Such a shame. I actually found those two amusing.
Shut up.
Of course, my lady.
A golem? So Darehenna's legend is true?
It is no more than an obedient machine created to follow orders and kill. Not unlike our Witcher.
So I guess we should get along famously.
Hugh, what do you know about golems?
I don't run into them in every forest, but any good bestiary describes golems at length, and I've read more than my share of those.
Geralt, I'm not questioning your knowledge, but I should be the one to...
Actually, you are questioning my knowledge. Listen, I know what I'm doing. I'll try to get it to reveal the word that'll deactivate it, or I'll just mess with its head. Break the code.
So now we've got a burglar in our midst. Be my guest. Try.
My intentions are good.
As are mine.
Go the half
Know, however, that this may change.
Darehenna must have been pretty lonely if he gave you eloquence.
The Master made me a guardian. Nothing less, nothing more. And you, provided you stand there, are a guest.
Okay.
So you're aware you're an automaton?
Do we really know who we are?
Start with the questions one by
where
one.
we came from, and where we are headed? Is human life predictable in that the cycle of birth and death ensnares it? Better than mine. When a human is born, he is obedient to his parents. Later, he listens to tutors, masters, corporals. Finally, he succumbs to the will of death.
And to think that Adalbert questioned Darehenna's mastery. Who, if anyone, is allowed to pass?
Darehenna, but he is dead. Also guests may pass, but I stop intruders.
Tell me more. Who's a guest and who's an intruder?
Is it not obvious? A guest keeps his distance or knows the name word. An intruder is anyone who enters too far, attacks me, or otherwise interferes with my being.
Has anyone tried to enter before?
I recall no intruders. I do, however, remember guests who left after being warned.
When was that? What did you discuss?
I am a machine. My memory is limited.
You are far more self-aware than a typical golem. Can you make sovereign decisions?
The Master made me the way I am, because long discussions were to his liking. I can make decisions, within my program, of course.
So you decide who's a guest and who's an intruder?
Who else would? Guests chat innocuously, exerting no pressure. All others are intruders.
I have other questions. Do you remember your creator?
Of course. I was summoned into being by Master Gehenna. I abide by his will, by his power, by the necessity encased in my stone bowels.
Gehenna is dead.
His word, which animates me, lives on, as does his legacy, which I protect. Empires will rise and fall, rivers will shift their courses, but I will remain obedient to one master on my eternal watch.
Gehenna must have been an exceptional man. Can you tell me about him?
I guard everything that belonged to the Master, including his privacy, which he valued highly. I can tell you nothing.
I have other questions. Did your creator give you a name?
I'm called obedience and unyielding persistence. I am a guardian and the humblest of servants.
A golem's name is the word that gave it life, and that can take it away. You must have a name.
I own nothing. Everything belongs to my master. How could I divulge the name if I exist solely to protect my creator's property?
Powerful magic created you. Gehenna was a true master.
He is still, since his mastery survives.
As a conscious being, you must be lonely here.
You are wrong. The pain of the world, melancholy, lies within the domain of emotions and feelings. My thoughts are governed by pure logic, restricted by my program.
But you can learn. They say that a penchant for philosophy can only come from curiosity.
In my case, it comes from the will of the Master, who liked to speak with me.
And do you feel a need to discuss?
I feel nothing. I just have that need.
Can we discuss the program that controls your behavior?
Of course not.
I have other questions. So you're aware you're an automaton?
Do we really know who we are, where we came from, and where we are headed? Is human life predictable in that the cycle of birth and death ensnares it, better than mine? When a human is born, he is obedient to his parents. Later, he listens to tutors, masters, corporals. Finally, he succumbs to the will of death.
And to think that Adalbert questioned Gehenna's mastery. You are far more self-aware than a typical golem. Can you make sovereign decisions?
The Master made me the way I am, because long discussions were to his liking.
So you decide who's a guest and who's an intruder?
Who else would? Guests chat in.
I have other questions. Do you remember your creator?
Of course. I abide by his will.
Derhenna is dead.
His word. Empires will.
Derhenna must have been an exceptional man.
I guard everything that belonged to the Master.
I have other questions. Powerful magic.
He is.
I have other questions. So you're.
Do you is when?
And to.
Well, again, I can't find the line that breaks his code. You probably have to ask specific things in a specific order. It's about this.
You are far more self.
But when I ask this, Heroes is nothing else. I can't say
who
anything else.
Is it not?
You are far. So you.
Who else?
I have. Do you?
Of course, I am.
Derhenna.
His empire.
Nope, this spoilers and this as well. Is it? Let's see.
You're not an automaton. You're self-aware and you think. You can make decisions.
Yeah. Columns cannot be
I am eloquent
accurate.
and can discern between guests and intruders.
Oh, there it is.
Deal with the latter. But everything I say and do is limited by my restrictive program.
Okay.
By the way, as an automaton, I am immune to all charms. Stop the intruders.
Nope, that's not it.
You stink.
Whoa. It's not just one. It's 3 of them.
Derhenna's laboratory.
Let's have a look.
Okay, I would have also
A great success for Nilfgaard this mission.
Maybe you'll get that promotion.
It's not too. Nope. And armor. I actually don't know which is more valuable, armor or vitality. Anyway, well, I showed I can kill him. Never kill his bot, breaking the code.
Our expedition has grown thin. Such a shame. I actually found those two amusing.
Shut up.
Of course, my
Alright.
Did your creator give you a name?
I'm called...
A god? Do you remember your creator?
Of course, I abide.
Derhenna.
His word. Empires will rise and fall.
Derhenna must have been an exceptional man.
I guard everything that belonged to the Master, including...
I have other questions. Powerful magic created you. Derhenna was a true master.
He is still, since his...
As a conscious being,
You are wrong. The pain of the world, melancholy, lies...
But you can learn. They say...
In my case, it comes from the will of the Master.
And do you feel a need to discuss?
I feel nothing.
I have other questions. So you're aware you're an automaton?
Do we really know? Is human life... When it...
And to think... Who, if anyone, is allowed to pass?
Derhenna, but he is dead.
Tell me more.
Is it not obvious? A guest
Tell me
keeps
more,
his
Uncle
distance, or knows the name word.
You're far more self-aware than a typical golem. Can you make sovereign decisions?
The Master made me the way I am.
So you decide who's a guest and who's an intruder.
Who else would?
I have other questions.
Right.
Do you...
So, talk about Derhenna.
I guard everything that belongs...
I have other... Powerful magic.
He is...
I have other... So you're...
Do we really...
Who,
So,
if anyone...
Derhenna.
Tell me...
Is it not...
You are far more self-aware than a typical golem.
The Master...
So you decide
who else...
He decides...
I have other... Powerful... As a conscious being...
You are wrong.
But you can learn.
In my case, it...
And do you feel a need to discuss?
I feel nothing.
Nope.
I have... So you...
Is...
Has anyone tried to enter before?
I recall no intruders.
When was that?
I am a machine.
I have a... Do you...
Oh, I...
Derhenna...
His...
That's not gonna go well. Let's see what
Can
happens.
I ask you for the name word which brought you to life and which can deactivate you?
Do that, and I shall consider you an intruder.
I have other...
Okay.
Do we is...
You're... So you...
You can make several decisions.
Is it...
I have other...
Guests are allowed to pass.
As a... But... And do you...
I feel...
I have...
Let's go with this. What exactly are you?
Do we is...
He's aware who is allowed to pass.
Who...
Derhenna...
You're
Make
far
several
more...
decisions.
So you...
Who...
Okay.
I have a... Powerful magic created you.
He is...
As a conscious being.
You are wrong.
But you can learn.
In my...
And do you feel...
I feel nothing.
Oh. Now I can ask without using Naxi. I'm still not sure.
I have other questions.
That question is not going to offend him.
Do you remember your creator?
Of course, I abide.
Der Henne.
His empire.
Oh no, this is where it's at.
Der Henne must.
I got.
Okay, I thought you had to ask questions in specific order.
Can we discuss the program that controls your behavior?
No, I don't
think so. Of course not.
I have.
Okay, so it must be you asking in specific order.
And to. So you're.
Oops.
I have. So you.
Is women.
And to.
I think this is how it's supposed to begin.
You're as
you are,
but
and
or maybe you're supposed to first ask him who created him.
I abide by his will.
Der Henne is
his word, which empires will.
Der Henne must have been an accept.
I guard everything that belonged to the master.
I have other questions. So you're.
Do you is he women?
And to think that Adalbert question. Has anyone?
I recall no.
When was that?
I am an.
I have a powerful magic created you. Der Henne was a true master.
He is.
You're a masterpiece. Wait, maybe I should listen to this. You're a
powerful magic created.
He is still.
As a conscious being.
You are wrong.
But you can learn.
In my case, it comes.
And do you feel a need to
I feel nothing.
I have other.
And then what exactly
so you're
are
aware
you?
You're an automaton.
Do we really know who we are? Is human life when a human is?
And to think that you are far more self-aware than a typical golem.
The master made me the way I am.
So you decide who's a guest and who's an intruder.
Who else would?
Well,
I have other.
I don't know. I don't have any other ideas. Anyway. Wait, what? Oh. Maybe I want to load the previous save. Right. So some notes. More notes. Hey, look at this. Beautiful.
Can you feel that?
My medallion's vibrating.
Another masking illusion. I'll try to disperse it. Later, Elorn. Lisa Elorn. Later, dear!
Okay. Time to move on.
The device. What is it?
You've done your job. You'll be paid and...
Paid like the scholars were? They died once they were no longer useful.
They were never useful, but Cynthia insisted. Fortunately, they were so kind as to remove themselves without my help.
I'm not about to be that kind.
Adalbert, you know what you're to look for.
Yes, Ma'am.
Ma'am?
It's a prototype megascope. I didn't know it had survived.
What's it do?
The artifact detects an emotional bond with a person. Its user need only focus on that person and the device will establish a connection.
Great tool for a spy.
Yes.
Time you fulfilled your end of the bargain. What do you know about my past?
You were a rider of the Wild Hunt. I read the reports.
Don't the Nilfgaardians have anything better to do than write reports about witchers?
Not about witchers. About you. You are the sole person to have been a member of the host, and survived.
And the nose?
Anything else? Any detail you can give me would be useful.
Don't trust Letho.
You think I trust the people I hunt?
He's your foe today, but he wasn't always.
Is there anything to prove I was part of the Wild Hunt?
Nothing. Nope. Apart from the fact that Nilfgaardian intelligence agents are drawn and quartered for lying in their reports.
An enlightened nation indeed.
You haven't the faintest notion how many people are interested in you. Very important people.
Just because I survived?
You're a former rider of the hunt, and you live. You may be the key to solving the mystery of the retinue, and they all know that. You must watch out for yourself.
How do you know I knew Letho?
I've read...
The reports, I know. Why are you warning me about him?
Because I like you.
Really?
Let's say you've satisfied my curiosity.
Well then, consider me glad to have satisfied a witcher, whatever the way.
I'd like to try out the device.
You realize that can only end badly.
Cut in again and I'll put you in my report. You may use it, but just once.
Giving state secrets away to a Nordling. Will you mention that in your report?
You're sure to be named a commander one day, Adalbert. But until that happens, be a good boy and do your job.
Yeah.
Article 22 of the Code is clear. Suspicion of treason is sufficient grounds to strip a commander of power. Article 1 of my personal code is equally clear. Traitors must be subjected to the most painful death possible.
I don't remember, will she fight him? We're about to see. Yep. Well, that's one. It's the wrong one though. Really? Nice. Damage.
I didn't expect that.
Multiplication. Second year at the academy, all mages learn it.
I didn't expect you to take my side.
Well, now choose one person you wish to contact. After that, the artifact's mine.
Nilfgaardian agents get quartered for lying in reports. What does the Empire do to agents who kill their colleagues?
Nothing. As long as no one finds out.
Will we meet again?
I wouldn't mind at all. Look for me at the inn.
Will do.
Let's say you've satisfied my curiosity.
Well,
I'd appreciate it if you didn't eavesdrop while I eavesdropped.
I shan't trouble you. I have a lot of work to do here.
Alright. Radovid, why would they want to think of Radovid? Since you get only one chance, you normally would think of Triss, or well, I would. Let's see Saskia this time.
I made sure we'd have a trustworthy cook while in Lochmuin. I'll not allow anyone to slip poison into your goblet here.
I cannot sit here and eat in peace while Philippa rots in a dungeon.
Regardless of Philippa's whereabouts and predicament, you must behave as befits a queen.
Does that rule out caring for my friends?
Philippa will manage. And even should she fail, I'm sure her final wish would be that we follow through with the plan. So eat. You must be at full strength during the summit. A very important task awaits you.
But I shall need you. Okay.
I hope you learned
So
something
Sheila
useful.
is somewhere around here.
I'm just sorry I can't use the artifact a few more times.
Its power has been depleted.
I understand. Thanks anyway.
I understand it. And you can select.
From a trip he took to Serikania, Diana describes finding an important document about notes about the city's history.
Okay.
Diana mentions some bacteria strains.
And
Diana's notes from a mutation procedure manual.
Looks like I'm alright. So Cynthia. Okay. Let me read all of them real quick. Done. Anything new pop up? Not quite. Oh, I see. Yes, please return to the surface. TP to the surface.
At your service.
Save here.
We need to talk.
Of course.
Do we really?
These ruins must hold many secrets.
I'm certain of that. It was a beautiful city. A city full of talent and hope. But that ill ended with the coming of the Nordling armies.
Think the city would have survived if those armies had been Imperial?
Your king started the war with the Enshe. Nilfgaard's relations with the elves have always been peaceful.
They really did a job on your brain. You had me fooled back in Vergen. That sweet face of yours. Never suspected it could belong to someone who fanatically believes in conquering the North.
Mock me if you must. But I truly believe one huge empire is humanity's only hope. Many nations under one crown. With shared laws, advanced science, burgeoning industry and trade, and no wars, of course.
Sounds great. Let me know when it works out. I'd gladly spend my old age in a land like that. That was an interesting adventure, Cynthia.
Yes. People bond over experiences like that.
Yeah, kinda makes you wonder what happened back in Vergen. Did you get your promotion?
Not yet. But His Imperial Majesty rewards dedication.
Can he discern the truth from lies?
What do you mean?
I take it the Emperor has no idea his sorceress helped a mutant kill a Nilfgaardian mage.
It was a dangerous expedition. Casualties were inevitable. He'll content himself with that.
Got time to talk? Or are you off on another dangerous mission?
Even we Nilfgaardian agents rest sometimes.
You knew what we'd find in that laboratory.
Come again?
You wanted the bacteria strains that killed the Vrans, or more precisely, Terhena's notes from his research into them.
This is very dangerous knowledge.
I suspect that's exactly why the Emperor is so interested.
The North is in chaos. An epidemic is the last thing you need. And one could break out if Terhena's book fell into the wrong hands.
Fortunately, it's now in the right hands. In Emir's civilized and manicured hands.
Precisely.
I'm finding it hard to believe anything you say.
Did you come here to insult me?
No. Sorry.
What exactly do you want?
I was curious. I wanted to see which Cynthia I'd meet this time. The spy, the sorceress, or maybe the woman.
Which were you hoping to meet?
The real one.
Let's assume you're speaking to her. How'd you like her?
Let's say I like her quite a bit.
Compliments are clearly not your forte.
I just told you why I've come. Care to tell me why you invited me?
Let's say I was interested to see which Geralt would show up.
And? The minstrels got it right. Women of the South are both passionate and clever.
I like to improvise.
Yeah, I noticed. Farewell, Cynthia.
Verfail.
Barbarian. Alright, so there was that.
This would never happen if the Conclave still existed.
And if Grandma had a mistake...
We must protest with all our...
Alright. I'll go AFK now. I'll be back in like 10-20 minutes. Okay, I'm back. So let's see, what was I doing? Right, only 4 boys left. Let's see, does this guy wanna say something about
Take care.
their hidden stuff? Oh, this is supposed to be Philippa's home. I'm not mistaken.
Leave the royal courts.
So, since there's
Your very
nothing
existence
else,
is an insult to the gods.
I'm going to proceed with the main story. Let's see, necrophage.
Shit, you stink.
Nice. Is there something going on? Some cut boots. Maybe this. Nope. Yeah, too late for that. Actually, no, it's not too late. I'm gonna have an opportunity to craft it. This was not there. Right. Yep, the quest is resumed.
Guess they'll never learn.
Your Majesty.
I've waited long for this meeting. You left Redania so suddenly I had no chance to give you the send-off you so richly deserved.
Your Majesty, I fail to understand why I have been arrested. I've done nothing but serve Redania's interests, supporting the rebellion, undermining Henselt, risking my own reputation on your behalf.
I'm no longer the little boy who believed your every word.
Why do you do this, Radovid? I was there at your most trying hours. Without me, you would not be the man you are. I don't understand.
You understand very well. You conspired against my father Vizimir, and against me. The entire Redanian court once trembled in fear of Philippa Eilhart.
Untrue, sire. You must let me explain. What are your charges, your majesty?
Ambassador.
Triss Marigold was kind enough to compile a list of persons making up the secret society known as the Lodge of Sorceresses. Some Nilfgaardian sorceresses were members as well, but you need not be bothered with them, my lady.
Triss, you're mad!
The Lodge ordered Demaven killed. It ordered Foltest killed. I suspect you played a part in my father's death.
Wait,
and if I released you from the Dimeritium, you'd kill me too.
Foltest?
You're finished, Eilhart. There will be a trial, due process, everything as it should be. But know that you shall not wriggle out of this. You shall be convicted of conspiracy, treason, and regicide. They'll rip your flesh from you in bits before they burn you at the stake. Throughout my childhood, I felt your cold stare on the back of my neck. When I issued orders, my subjects would search with their eyes for Philippa Eilhart's gesture of consent. The entire court at Tretogor looked on as you humiliated me. All Redania laughed behind my back. You taught me to look everyone in the eye. Forced them to lower their gaze, do you remember? A king must never show weakness, uncertainty, you said. I've mastered that skill. Yet there is one I could never force to submit. You. You've one chance to shorten your suffering. Admit to everything, here and now in the Ambassador's presence. Look me in the eye and repent. Submit. As you wish. Torturer.
Okay.
Put out those vile eyes.
You're making a grave error, sire.
We will talk again, witch.
The Philippa Eilhart problem has been resolved. We must return to camp.
Wait here, Excellency. We'll scout ahead. Intruder! Get him!
Yep, the Excellency is gonna get it.
Long live the Emperor!
Wait, what? What are you doing behind me? Alright. Here comes the pain. Wow. Yep. I'll open the gate. Yep.
You're not easy to find.
Look what they did to me. Radovid. To think I taught him magic tricks when he was just a boy. Free me, Geralt. I have to get out of here. Do you hear me? Help me!
You'll answer a few questions first. Was Schiller telling the truth about the Lodge, the assassinations?
He said exactly what Radovid wanted to hear. Half-truths, musings stripped of context, which differ very little from lies.
Did Triss take part in all this?
She's clean in those terms. Innocent as a child, but only to a point. I assure you, she has not been honest with you about many other matters.
Why did all this happen? Murdering monarchs, what interests did it serve? I can't fathom.
Help me get out of here and I'll explain all and lift the spell from Saskia. Take these shackles off me and lead me to my house.
Wait,
I
I
beg
didn't
you.
say anything about
I'll tell you everything.
with Saskia.
Everything.
How does the spell work?
Saskia's will and mine are one. She cannot resist me. But fear not. There's no suffering involved. She merely believes me to be the most wonderful person in the world, as if she were in love. You know what's most beautiful? In spite of all this, she seems unchanged. She's retained her charm, her valor, her honor.
Where's Saskia?
When I was arrested, she was with Sheila. They must be on their way to the deliberations by now.
Very interesting.
I didn't track you alone. Yorvith can't wait to see you again.
My death would change little. Yorvith and all like him have no right to judge others.
Clock's ticking. Time is of the essence.
Why do you do this? Would you take vengeance on a blind woman?
Shillard said they've got Triss. I have to free her before they put out her eyes too.
Going to the Nilfgaardian camp is suicide.
And leaving a friend is villainy.
Only I know how to break the spell that holds Saskia. Get me out of here. If I die, she'll remain forever spellbound.
To whom? You'll be dead.
Saskia will remain an enslaved monster through your wickedness. You deserve to die.
Even if you reach Triss, you will not free her.
Sure I will. I'll trade Shillard for her.
And what will Yorvith say when he learns you abandon Saskia?
You worry about what he'll do to you. I doubt he'll see your blindness as sufficient punishment.
Do you think Marigold's innocent?
You have no right to judge her. Goodbye, Eilhart. Move your ass, Excellency.
This is preposterous. What do you aim to achieve?
I want to see Triss. How did you get in here?
Put that sword down.
Only after I cut your throat. The choice is yours.
I know of a tunnel.
Then you can be my guide.
It's the tunnel to the left.
You make an exceptional guide. Go.
Get the commander!
One false move and your ambassador will never see Nilfgaard's son again.
My men won't let you leave here alive.
They will if you ask them to, Excellency, and I believe you will.
Reynold Ep Madsen's orders come from the Emperor himself. He'd rather die than give
Then
he'll die.
This happened.
No, mark my words.
Wait.
You will. Unless you release me.
It was spelled out.
It's not too late.
That's why.
You're boring me. Pick up the pace.
Why do you care for that sorceress so much?
Go. Out of the way, all of you, or the old man dies.
Hold there!
I'm not joking.
I know. And I advise you not to hesitate. Kill him, for we shan't move one bit.
Benoit!
He who brings me the Witcher's head will get the Order of Merit.
But Ambassador Fitzestelant...
Your Excellency. Orders from the capital.
Now I'll have to kill you all.
What are you waiting for? Get him!
For the Emperor!
Nice. Aha. Yep. Get rather own and sugar ones.
Long live the Emperor!
Alright. Oops. No.
Taste our steel!
There you go. Anything worthwhile here? Probably not. Wait, is this empty? Wow. Oh yeah, his letters and stuff. You can grab. Whatever. Alright. I waste a couple of potions. Just in case I decide to die. Or start looking into that direction. Actually, think of it. If it makes some more bombs. Specifically, Dancing Star. And some more please. Nice. Beautiful. Okay, I was just thinking I was dead. For no god. For the Emperor. Isn't there one more here? Nope. Hello, boys.
Did you really think you could just prance in here? Make the Emperor
Do you
proud.
really think
Kill him!
I will die?
Long live the Emperor!
Actually, yep. Nice.
The Imperial Army's ranks are endless.
Taste our steel!
And I'm just oops, too complacent.
Did you really think you could just prance in here? Make the Emperor proud. Kill him! Long live the Emperor! The Imperial Army's ranks are endless. For the Emperor!
Taste our steel! Taste our steel!
Stubborn beast.
Die, Nordling! Die, Nordling!
I cannot see anything. Oh my god, I died again? I thought I had 4 HP. Oh well.
Did you really think you could just prance in here? Make the Emperor proud. Kill him! Long live the Emperor!
Nope.
For Nilfgaard!
Damn.
The Imperial Army's ranks are endless!
Die, Nordling! For Nilfgaard!
I have no idea how I'm not going to fire, but I'm not.
Stubborn beast, Nordling.
Oh my god. Hello, please help.
Long live the
Come up.
Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!
So I spun the button, but it was like, nope.
Die, dog!
Damn. Okay.
Did you really think you could just prance in here? Make the Emperor proud! Kill him!
For the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!
The Imperial Army's ranks are endless!
Die, dog!
You're a stubborn beast, Nordling.
For the Emperor! Die, Nordling!
Let's see how well this works. Not very well. Yep. Alright. I could have actually used some of huh? Well, HP is not coming up. Let's try this.
Congratulations, Witcher. They were my best men.
Free Triss, or join them.
You amaze me. How can you risk your life for a witch?
There are things you and your kind will never comprehend.
And what are those?
Friendship.
Tell me, is the friendship of traitors and conspirators worth it?
What are you talking about?
Your friend and the other witches conspired against your rulers.
You lie.
You think it impossible?
Triss was loyal to the crown.
You're a fool. That's what happens when tits take over a man's mind.
I don't believe you.
That's irrelevant at this point. During our chat, my people managed to regroup, call for reinforcements.
Maybe now they'll start fighting like men.
Time to show Empire's true power. Surround him!
Oh, nice. Oh, that's not the archer. Please live. Thank you. Kill the archer. Or try to. No, not him. And dead. Oh, goody. Alright, this should be better. Yeah. Whatever.
Surround him!
And I'm standing still, waiting for them to take the first shot. The mage is killing me. Oh, I thought you would teleport. Okay, next time, bomb to the face.
Surround him!
Oh yeah, I forgot I can move in the cutscene, which is ridiculous. Oh, please get up. Thank you. That should be enough production. This guy is down.
To the Emperor.
Oh no.
Shield bearers, forward! Long live the Emperor!
What? What are you doing here? Nope. Okay. Can I do some of these guys? Thank you. That definitely makes my job easier. Though, what about this guy? Nice.
Emperor, I failed you.
Not yet, you haven't. Alright. It's a servant letter. Useless stuff. Oh yeah, probably with the key, huh? Well, whatever. Take everything.
Geralt?
Didn't expect to see me.
Are you kidding? The only person you expect to see in a Nilfgaardian dungeon is the executioner.
Did they torture you?
They tried various things, but they got nothing from me.
I traveled half the world to find you.
I know it was hard on you. I'll never forget this, you hear? Never.
I'd slaughter half the Nilfgaardian army for a friend. I know you're a member of the Lodge, Triss.
How do you know of the Lodge?
Does it matter? I also know the Lodge was behind Demavend's assassination.
Geralt,
I trust you.
True. I'm a member of the Lodge. Just like 8 other sorceresses. But if you think I'm responsible for the Lodge's actions, you're badly mistaken. The Lodge is a theater for 2 actresses. Sheila and Philippa have long dominated it.
To the point where you didn't know about the murder they planned?
To the point where I was no longer invited to gatherings.
Why?
They stopped trusting me.
Because you didn't agree with them?
9 women very rarely agree on anything. The actual problem was that...
Tell me.
I was close to you. If Sheila fears anyone, it's Geralt of Rivia. The Lodge did everything to convince me that our relationship didn't bother them, even that it suited them. But they manipulated me. Through me, they fed you select information. Depending on the circumstances, they twisted facts.
We're still close. They could still be doing it.
Don't insult me.
Calm down, Triss. Reynold Ep Matson claimed otherwise, but I'll always take your word over that of some Nilfgaardian lowlifes. Now, you'll tell me everything you know. I need to learn the truth.
All existing councils of mages disintegrated after the Thaned massacre. We all acted separately. Philippa decided to create a new organization, a secret one this time. When I was sworn in, it never crossed my mind that the Lodge's plans would soon become secret to its members. As you know, Philippa's not one for minor undertakings. She presented a plan for creating a powerful state controlled by sorceresses.
The best laid schemes of mages and men.
Philippa and Sheila never lacked ideas or enthusiasm. To control a powerful state, they needed to create one first. Or find a wealthy land with a suitable political arrangement and an easily manipulated ruler. Sheila chose the Pontar Valley, Demavend, and Stennis.
I'd choose the same if I were her. Demavend didn't have a network of spies anywhere near as good as Henselt's or Radovid's.
Nor could he count on the loyalty of such men as our dear Vernon Roche. At one of our meetings, I just asked how they imagined overthrowing Demavend. That was the last time I was invited. After Demavend's death, I became suspicious but had no evidence. Philippa brushed me off. When you went off to meet Yorveth and Sheila was busy with the Karen's carcass, I managed to scan parts of her megascope. That's when I learned that Sheila had dealings with Letho.
If only I'd learned that, everything could have been different.
Letho must have shadowed me when I entered Sheila's room. Then he forced me to teleport us to somewhere near Vergen.
Did you talk to him?
He wasn't aggressive. In Vergen, he told me that Sheila commissioned them to assassinate Demavend. Them being the Witchers of the School of the Viper. Sheila helped them prepare the assassination.
I wonder why he told you about it.
Is that important?
Conspirators who suddenly divulge everything. I'd be suspicious.
There was some interference as we teleported to Edirn. I emerged intact, but pretty battered.
I met the troll who fell in love with you.
He saved me, tended to my wounds. But when he started treating me like a caged canary, I fled. I knew Philippa was in the area. I decided to go see her and lay my cards on the table.
Maybe Letho wanted just that.
I met a woman at Philippa's house. Thought she was just a servant or Philippa's lover. Before I could speak, I was overpowered by spells. I hardly expected an attack. The pain I felt as my body was compressed, it's indescribable. As if all my bones were being broken. It's even worse when you return to your true form. In any case, Philippa had no idea her lover was a Nilfgaardian spy. I was carried as that figurine all the way to Loch Muin. Asira decompressed me back just before they murdered her. Shillard interrogated me but learned nothing. If it wasn't for you, they'd have had me quartered. I didn't piece the puzzle together until I was here, in the dungeon. Now you know everything.
Who had Foltest assassinated?
I have no idea. Perhaps after Demavend's successful assassination, Sheila and Philippa decided to take the next step.
That would be stupid. Killing Demavend was a way to take control of the Pontar Valley. People would forget the regicide in a year, and the Lodge could put its plan in motion. They had to know that if Foltest died, men like Roach wouldn't rest until they learned why that had happened.
One thing is certain. Letho killed Foltest, and Sheila was working with Letho.
Ever find out what Sheila was actually doing in Flotsam? I find it hard to believe she went there just to kill a monster and earn a few orens.
You're right, of course. It had something to do with Letho and the Scoia'tael.
What did she want from Yorvith?
The Scoia'tael were Saskia's trump card. I expect Sheila needed to know what the elves would do, given that a war with Henselt was practically inevitable.
Did Saskia know the Lodge's plans?
She didn't even know the Lodge existed. Philippa told her that the sorceresses would support an independent state in the Pontar Valley, no strings attached. A fairy tale, but Saskia bought it. Saskia backed Philippa, and the people backed Saskia.
Philippa controlled Saskia with her spells.
Figures. The woman's a control freak.
She miscalculated by coming to Loch Muin. Radovid had her imprisoned and then blinded.
That's impossible.
I was there. That'll have to do for now.
We'll learn more at the talks.
You're going to attend?
You have no memory of how the world worked before the Thanid massacre.
Actually, I know exactly how it worked.
That means...
We'll talk about my memory later.
Alright. If the Council and Conclave still existed, kings wouldn't be assassinated and massacres would be less frequent. This is our chance to restore these institutions, and we shouldn't miss it. Normalizing relations between the rulers and the mages who advise them is our only chance for peace.
And our only chance to dismantle the Lodge.
The Lodge will disintegrate anyway. Once the kings learn it was behind the assassinations, they'll start a witch hunt. We can prevent that from happening. I'm all for punishing the guilty, but can't abide collective responsibility. I'm ready to go and reveal everything I know about Philippa Eilhart, Sheila de Tanserville, and their schemes.
Let's go then.
Those Nilfgaardians, that's your work?
They followed their leader too blindly.
You killed them all?
They didn't slaughter themselves.
We shouldn't arrive at the same time. Let's split up.
Triss.
Yes?
That was some mess. I wouldn't want to see you hurt like that again.
Don't worry, I'll manage. See you at the talks.
All right.
Hello, hello. Hey, I leveled up.
Nothing special.
Alright, now, you wanna craft me something? Alright, I'll see if I have any of those materials.
Renounce magic,
I know
I
I have
tell you.
some. Cynthia, you still here?
That was an interesting adventure, Cynthia.
Yes. People bond over experiences like that.
Yeah, kind of makes you wonder what happened back in Vergen. I found some of Derhenna's notes. He studied the history of the Vrans, right?
Among other things.
He makes several mentions of an epidemic.
Loch Muin conceals many more secrets than we imagined. I doubt we'll ever know all of them.
Well, if Derhen is to be trusted, the epidemic had something to do with the Enshe. Maybe the Vrans caught the disease from the elves.
I'm no expert on diseases, Witcher. Who knows? Perhaps Derhenna was right, and the decline of Vrani civilization was much darker and more sudden than we thought.
Perhaps.
Used the artifact yet?
I'm working on improving it. I think it'll be useful one day.
Improving it. Okay.
Shatter your towers.
It's a brazen attack.
Switching.
King Radovid will learn of this.
I forgot where I needed cloth. 6, I believe. What's the leather? Let's see if I have the leather. Right. Alright. I guess I'm gonna buy some.
Radovid sent them, you idiot!
Burn your
The audacity!
Turn away the black cat!
Let me guess, he doesn't sell any. I think it's about possibly here. Oh yeah, I wanna sell this. And this. And I believe this as well. Yeah. Alright. How about you? Really? Well... Ooh, another is getting wrong. Hell yeah. Nope. We might have some. Actually, let's see, maybe I can hide the diagram. She doesn't have this one. Oh no, she does. Okay. Let's see, what do I have? Alright. Now I should be able to make the Bran armor just to complete the quest. Alright.
It's a brazen attack. King
And now
Radovid
I'm
will
going
learn of this.
to smash it. Nope. Everything else is fine, I guess.
Radovid sent them, you idiot!
Oh. Maybe I should make... I don't have to make anything actually. I have bones and potions, maybe some other types of potions, but nah. What do I do with these? I don't know. I guess I will... Say what? That's not what I wanted. I wanted to mutate this. So... Unbelievable. That's one lost skill point. was thinking coming over here either for impregnation or this for the potions. Whatever. I don't think I really need them. Let's see, do I have a previous save? I mean I do, but it's not that far away. Alright. I should be fine.
In a hurry to
So-
see the deliberations.
Here on
A
urgent
little
business.
bit, yes.
Your dress seems to confirm it.
My
Excuse
dress?
you indeed. I suppose I couldn't much care. I've heard what I came to hear.
And what, pray tell, was that?
The rightful heir will ascend to the Edirnian throne. There will be peace in the land. What more could one want?
Prince Stennis is here?
King Stennis. Crowned 2 days past in Vengerberg. Merely send a messenger here. All those present promptly agreed that he will make a good ruler.
Oh, he would definitely make a good chopping board.
Prince Stennis, a poisoner, coward, and schemer. He trembled with disgust when he spoke to the peasants. Disdain flowed from him like vomit. But he didn't deserve to be lynched. That was not the justice Saskia fought for. Prince Stennis I, son of Demavend III, became the 17th king of Edirn. He won the hearts of the people. They saw him as the hope of the nation. The realm, ravaged by war, needed a ruler sensitive to the plight of his subjects. King Stennis I was just that.
Alright.
Good that you're here. We
You're
don't have
ready
much
to go?
time.
Seems like we never do.
First, we have to get by the guards.
Leave that to me.
Be careful.
I'm always careful.
I'll be fine.
The Kingslayer! Get him!
Might have tried to reason with them.
Maybe in another universe.
Path's clear. Can we go?
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
Everything will be revealed at last.
Whether you like it or not, John Natalis, Temeria will be divided.
For the good of the entire North.
The united forces of Kedwin and Redania will end the fighting among the Elder Houses and secure peace from Gorsvelen to Ellender. At present, Temeria is starting to resemble the Pontar Valley.
Which, if I understand correctly, is currently controlled by Edirn.
You are mistaken, Radovid. Vergen is free.
Free? What precisely does that mean?
Lormark is not Kedwen's, and Edirn no longer controls Upper Edirn. We have rejected Prince Stennis.
King Stennis?
And handed King Henselt's army a resounding defeat.
Your forces, my dear lass, are nothing but a motley array of rebellious peasants and elven brigands. Sooner or later, they will need to swear allegiance to someone, or they will be defeated and dispersed.
The peoples of the Pontar Valley will swear allegiance to me, Queen Saskia. As an independent realm, we hereby speak in favor of reconstituting the Council and Conclave.
You're a lovely girl, but you issue from common stock. The sole crown you are worthy of donning is a wreath woven of wildflowers. Redania will recognize no other coronation.
In that case, you must choose, King Radovid. Will you carve up Temeria, or march on the Pontar Valley? Henselt, last of the line of the unicorns, has sworn to recognize the Pontar Valley as a free realm. Philippa Eilhart witnessed it.
Philippa Eilhart is in my dungeon, awaiting trial for treason.
She was in your dungeon, Radovid, but is no longer. She will sit at my side in Vergen as my royal advisor.
To the matter at hand. The document describing the charter of the Council and the Conclave is, as previously ascertained, an exact copy of the charter found in the ruins on Thanet Island. The more important question relates to the Conclave and its power to designate royal advisors. Today, randomly chosen mages and sorceresses reside at many courts. However, in the time of the previous Conclave, such persons were carefully chosen.
Why shouldn't we pick our own advisors?
These individuals bear great responsibility, Your Majesty. The Conclave needs to be certain they are competent.
And that they will keep the Conclave's interests in mind.
Obviously, sire. The Conclave's chief interest is the well-being and prosperity of the Northern Kingdoms. The document has been signed by every member of the Conclave we have proposed, as well as by all but one of the designated advisors. We await only Sheila de Tanserville's signature.
Without our royal seals, you should be allowed to designate advisors to cowherds at most.
That is true, Your Majesty.
Sheila de Tanserville should never be allowed to sign this document.
Triss Merigold, you decided to join us after all.
De Tanserville has royal blood on her hands. She can't sit on the Conclave.
That is a lie.
Have you anything to support these claims, Merigold?
There are witnesses who will confirm that Sheila de Tanserville was behind the assassinations of Demavend and Foltest.
Officials of the future Council and Conclave. Sheila de Tanserville should be arrested and tried. If Triss Merigold speaks the truth, Lady de Tanserville will be condemned to death.
Sheila de Tanserville, until Triss Merigold's charges are dismissed or refuted, you cannot sit on the Conclave.
Arrest her.
You don't know the whole truth. Merigold doesn't know what she's talking about.
You can, Witcher. You can't stop me, not you, not anyone else.
Oh, I should also change my sword. Almost forgot about that. And also buy the runes. That's why I bought them.
If I have to, I will kill you. How do you like my dragon?
You're late. I've already managed to stabilize the portal.
You've got nowhere to run. Sooner or later, somebody will find you.
I prefer to leave on my own terms.
Where's Letho?
Sir Synthesis will tend to him, as she will to all the fools who get a hard-on at the mere thought of burning a sorceress at the stake.
Where is he?
I don't know, fool. I've been looking for him since Foltest's assassination. Letho cheated all of us. We were deceived by his dull face and sluggish stare. Don't you understand? The Lodge sought a way to get rid of Demavend, that's true. He was a weak, volatile king. Edirn would eventually choke to death under his rule. We chose the lesser evil. He had to be eliminated, and Letho happened to be at hand.
Foltest? Henselt?
We had nothing to do with that. After assassinating Demavend, Letho used our gold and magical support to find and meet Yorveth. The elf was to help him hide until the matter blew over, or so I thought. The Lodge did not condemn Foltest to die.
Then who did?
Nilfgaard. Letho is the king of liars and emperor of traitors. From the start, he worked for the glory of the great sun and the white flame dancing on the graves of his foes. He lied to everyone. Me, Yorveth, your stupid little Triss, and you.
Got any evidence?
A moment ago, I received a message from the Lodge's agent in Sintra. The Imperial Army is on the move. They're fording the Yaruga now. Do you think the North can defend itself in the current situation? But can you count on another miracle at Brenna?
I don't know, but you made it all possible and you'll answer for that. The stigma of treason is yours for all time.
We shall see. For no one will leave this city alive. No one will tell this story. Philippa controls the dragon. As soon as I disappear, it will turn the city into a flaming tomb. We may have lost a battle, but the war is just beginning. You, however, shall not take part in it. This is your end, Witcher.
Farewell! Something's not right!
Farewell.
The diamond! Someone replace the diamond! This one's flawed, I'll be torn to bits! Geralt, remove it!
No.
The diamond! Remove the diamond! I'll give you anything you want! No! No!
Yep. Wonder you cannot check any potions here. Excuse me.
I'm too old for this.
Nice damage is nice. Nice. Wait, was that one with the steel sword on the stem? No, that was just animation. Oops. Nice. Oh crap. Oh no. I thought it was left button again. Too fast. Alright. Spam the left button. And now it's spam the right button. Well, I made it.
A list of the Lodge's sorceresses. A list of the whores you'll help us find.
Are you all right?
More or less.
And the dragon?
Dragoness. Saskia's alive. Wounded and weak from loss of blood, but alive.
The spell is still working.
Unimportant. As long as Saskia lives, there's hope that we can break it. Besides, I don't kill dragons.
Philippa won't easily give up such a powerful weapon.
Triss, please understand. The last thing I want to do is slaughter one of the most beautiful creatures I've ever seen. Saskia is good incarnate. She's the exact antithesis of Eilhart and your former friends. They should be punished.
You're right. I just wanted...
I know what you wanted, and you're probably right in some way. But this time, logic and calculation are unimportant. If we have even the slimmest chance of breaking the spell and freeing Saskia, we need to try.
Let's get out of here.
I guess Letho got away.
He's waiting for you.
Waiting?
Where the Temerians made camp. Come on.
This should be interesting. What happened here while I was gone?
All the kings had many more armed men than they should have had at a peace summit. During the evacuation, several skirmishes broke out. The Kedwenis clashed with the Temerians. The Order's knights raped 2 sorceresses and killed those who dared try to help them.
Do you think the Council and Conclave will survive?
Well, they're established, and that's the only thing that prevented a wholesale massacre. Hard to say if they'll survive, but for the time being, no one's got any better ideas. Mages are part of this world, whether people like it or not. They have to have their rights, their place. Otherwise, another lodge will arise.
I think he's coming too.
Oh, bollocks. The whoreson's in agony. Won't be long now.
Look at that. The cleverest of elven bandits, beaten burnt like ordinary scum.
This is the handiwork of some mage. I'd wager my wife on it.
You shouldn't have taken that trinket. You know they'll ask what he had on him.
And you'll not peep a word. Understand?
Hey you, piss off. We've got a dangerous prisoner here.
Really? Ah, let's see what happens.
We'll be on our way.
I should think so.
Oh.
Any idea what happened to Roach?
Yes, Radovid tried to buy him off.
What
sure
the hell?
guess
I
Roach
thought
turned
he
him
would
down.
say just release him.
Temeria might not be...
Alright. Nope.
For the king!
Good one. Nope, I'm not there. Good. How about this? Almost. Alright, finally. Wait, can I search?
Want to tell me what that was about?
It's Yorvith. I owed him that much.
I guess I missed quite a bit.
Yeah.
I
Can
guess
you help
so.
him?
I'm sorry, Geralt. This was high magic. Treating him will take time, maybe months.
I'm gonna miss the Kingslayer again. Stay with him, Triss. I'll be back for you when this is over.
Geralt.
This is between me and him.
You don't have to.
I do. He knows how I lost my memory.
The magic shield came down when the deliberations ended. I'll teleport Yorveth out of here, far away to Vergen.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
Okay, one of the guys, yep, there it is. Said he got a magic trinket. But there's no Saskia around. Okay. I guess you won't say anything.
This is no place for witches. Though I know you, and you appear wherever something important happens.
True, though sometimes by accident.
And this time, also a coincidence?
Let's say I have something to take care of.
In that case, hurry. Once we're done cleaning up this mess created by the royal soldiery, Loch Muin will be magically sealed.
Getting out of here?
Temporarily. We shall return soon enough to rebuild the city. Loch Muin will regain its former glory. Until that time, we need to keep the treasure hunters and troublemakers out.
So Radovid trusts you?
We shall win His Royal Majesty's trust by delivering Sheila de Tanserville and the other traitresses from the lodge.
De Tanserville will be a problem.
Admittedly, Sheila can be slippery as an asp, but we'll find her.
You don't get it, Carduin. Sheila de Tanserville's dead, killed by an unstable portal.
Shame. She was to be charged and tried. She would have been convicted of her crimes.
Why does it sound like she was convicted before standing trial?
It would have been a formality, true, and at once a warning to other sorceresses.
Seems to me she led you down the garden path.
Forgive me, I must attend to some matters. And don't dawdle, the city will be sealed in 1 hour.
Took you a while?
Is that bauble from Sheila's megascope?
Mm-hmm. My final prank. I switched the diamonds. The one in the megascope has a flaw. Minute. But just large enough to warp the teleport. The Emperor's magic theorists assured me the effect would be spectacular.
Oh, it was.
Good. Had she lived, she would have suffered more intensely and much longer. She helped me quite a bit, through naivety and pride. I would not have gotten far without her.
So, ready to lay your cards out on the table?
No matter the game, there comes a point when all the players need to show their cards. I love that moment. But first... vodka.
Vodka.
I suppose my throat's a little dry.
In that case, let's drink to old friendships. Recovered your memory yet?
Not entirely.
Remember how we first met?
Yeah, I saved your life. Couldn't think of a nicer way to pay me back?
Frankly, I couldn't. I mean, taking care of another man's woman, Yennefer. I can't fathom what you saw in her, but I suppose there's no accounting for taste.
The winter solstice, 1270. Midinvern, the night of magic. Letho wasn't lying, the hunt had stopped. At the Hanged Man's Tree, the spectral riders selected from among those they had taken. Yennefer was among them. A wraith cannot be killed, only driven away. Every witcher knows that. Yet the riders fell beneath the blows of our witcher's blades. Crimson blood flowed from under their dead men's armor. We could not kill them all. They were simply too many. A stalemate. He was different from all other elves. There was no shame in his gaze. He had never suffered persecution. He had endured no massacres. Humans had not taken his land. This elf was not of this world. He was an invader. We struck a deal. My soul for that of Yennefer. He agreed without hesitation.
Back with me, friend. Got the feeling you left for a minute.
Memories. I remember the Hanged Man's Tree and the Wild Hunt. I remember the exchange. Me for Yennefer.
So, cards out on the table. Unless you chase me all that way just to kill me.
I chased you for lots of reasons. You owe me some explanations to start with.
Let's say I do.
Why are you still here? Why did you wait for me this time?
I knew you wouldn't give up. I knew you'd pursue me. And I don't aim to hide anymore. Fact is, only you know the truth about me. Well, and a couple of folks whose word isn't worth spit anymore. I never saw you as a foe. I want to go my way. But if I have to fight you first, so be it. This story ends here and now.
How did a Witcher agree to kill humans at another human's bidding?
At the Emperor's bidding, Geralt. And he's no ordinary human. The rulers of the North come up to about where his pralines end.
Why?
Simple. He promised to rebuild the School of the Viper, the Witcher's order where I came to be. Witcher's schools in the south fell into ruin long ago. And Witchers themselves became internal exiles, banned from entering most cities. Besides Seret and Ox, I know of 2 other Witchers of the School of the Viper who should be alive and on the path. I don't know where they are. Haven't seen them for years. Now they can come out of hiding. They can come home.
How did you know where we'd find the Wild Hunt?
Every Witcher who wears the Viper around his neck knows the place. We had so many books and scrolls about the hunt that I used to think our school was founded for the very purpose of solving the riddle of the spectral riders.
Know who they are? You know the true identities of the riders?
From what I understand, they're some damn elven race. But they turned out to be a big ruse. The legendary omen of war proved to be a fairground attraction.
No Market Square mage could possibly conjure up a cavalcade of wraiths speeding across the sky. Then there's the amnesia. No, there's something more, I assure you.
Go ahead, enlighten me. I can tell you want to.
There are a lot of legends and myths about it, but the Wild Hunt is a fact. I've fought and killed many of its wraiths. They were spectral emanations, the avatars of real riders. The riders we ran into by the Hanged Man's Tree.
Are you telling me you were carried off by elves? Real material sons of bitches like the ordinary kind we deal with in this world?
They may be ordinary in their world, but they're strangers in ours. The conjunction of spheres. Know the theory? Do you know how monsters appeared in our world?
There's not a Witcher who doesn't know that.
So you know there are other spheres. The most powerful of our mages can open passages between these worlds, and they usually do that to summon the monsters we then have to hunt. The elves we saw come from another world, and they weren't summoned. They found the way on their own. It's not exactly easy, so they usually send their spectral emanations. They come in person on special missions.
As they did for you and Yennefer. So, elves from another world and their trained wraiths. What do they want from you?
I've got an idea, but that's not your concern. Care to tell me what it was all about?
Kill as many rulers as we could. Lay the blame on the sorceresses. Breed chaos. Prepare the North. Soften it before the invasion. And you know what's incredible? We could not have imagined more fertile soil. No matter what the war's outcome, the northern monarchs will accuse one another. Pursue their God-given rights. Seek vengeance and be at each other's throats for years to come. The North resembles a whorehouse on fire, as your friend Dandelion would say.
How did you manage to contact Sheila?
It wasn't a problem once I learned of the Lodge's existence. Initially, she watched my every move. But sooner or later, everyone starts treating me like a big oaf. I mean, I can't change how I look. I stayed close to Sheila. killed a few beasts for her, and whined about how unhappy I was, how unfair the world was. So much, in fact, that I actually got her gander up a few times. I made sure a few potentially trustworthy witnesses saw us together, could link us. Security in case I was captured. I also prepared to assassinate the King of Kavir. Esterad Tyson was to be the first victim of the mysterious assassins. But before I could do the dirty deed, Sheila asked me to slay Demavend. The gods had smiled upon me. I couldn't believe my luck. Here I'd been trying to figure out how to frame Sheila, and now all I needed was to carry out her orders and follow through.
Where'd you get your information about the Lodge?
From the Emperor and Vatir de Rideau, the Emperor's chief spy. And I believe they got it out of Yennefer.
She recovered her memory?
Nah. I'd never claimed she informed on her friends consciously. I expect they found a way to tap into her memory in spite of her amnesia, and without her knowing it. There was a sorcerer present when I was questioned. A young, proud intelligence officer. Whatever the case, they gave me a list of the sorceresses in the Lodge. Only Emir, Vatir, and I were present. Only we knew of the mission.
How do you manage to slay Demavend?
Sheila's magic. I mean, she could give us the king's every move. His habits, the positions of the palace guards, anything. All we had to do was navigate the labyrinth and land the final blow. Besides, she had plenty of gold for the preparations. Greased palms abundantly. It had all the makings of a cakewalk, but it's never that easy. We barely avoided our pursuers, and we wouldn't have if not for Yorveth Scoia'tael, another of Sheila's ideas. With Yorveth's elves, not only did we cut down Demavend, but traveling with them put us out of the Lodge's reach. We could calmly plan Foltest's and Henselt's assassinations.
So Sheila was looking for you when she came to Flotsam.
Mm-hmm. She thought she was still in control and wanted to get rid of me. I'd bet my eyes that she thought I'd lost my mind, or that Yorveth was manipulating me.
And the North descended deeper into chaos.
Exactly. There was just one problem. You. I could have killed you in the Elven Ruins. Thing is, you weren't really my enemy.
How did you know Foltest would come to the monastery's solar?
Yorveth and I planned Foltest's murder. The King of Temeria would have to deal with the Lavalette sooner or later, and he made no secret of it. I was sure he'd want to recover his bastard children in the process. And where do they take the children when a castle's under siege? I had to become a monk, but I couldn't just arrive at the monastery and claim I'd seen the light. Not very believable. So one of Arion's patrols out in the forests happened on a Scoia'tael unit torturing a helpless monk. Arion's brave men drove off the elves and I found shelter in the monastery.
No one noticed you had no wounds?
I paid the monk who treated me a lot of orange to stay silent. Actually, it was only a loan, because I killed him later. Only the dead can keep a secret. Then all I had to do was wait for the situation to develop. When I saw you enter the chamber with Foltest, I thought I might fail. Luckily, you failed. To recognize an old friend.
When did you decide to get rid of Yorveth?
As soon as I realized I couldn't manipulate him. A true fox, that one. He was so observant, so dangerous. I got the sense he might see through me at any moment.
You made a mistake. You were untouchable as long as the Scoia'tael were protecting you.
Maybe, but with Yorveth, my hands were tied. if I'd finished off Kieran.
But you didn't. And that allowed me to drive a wedge between you and York. And I forced you to flee.
And I let you live. You know I could have killed you. You're forgetting.
No, I remember. You screwed up with Henselt.
Sabrina's curse tore that down. First off, we got holed up in that hideout in the ravines. Then Sheila showed up and started watching Henselt like he was her own ass. By that time, his death was no longer necessary. Fate had smiled upon us again. I learned of the summit and the efforts to reconstitute the council and conclave. The ideal setting for the mission's grand finale.
Tell me about Yennefer. What happened after I departed?
She was feverish for several days, delirious, in agony. We thought that was it. She was on her way out. Somehow she recovered. But even then she was disoriented. Amnesia like you.
What then?
Well, the woman turned out to be quite a character. Throwing temper tantrums, trying to seduce orcs, trying to drive a wedge between us. After you so nobly sacrificed yourself, we thought it'd be dumb just to leave her somewhere. She wouldn't have survived more than a month. The whims and vigor of a duchess, but she was just a sorceress with no memory. We were in the heart of the Empire. And as I'm sure you know, Geralt, in Nilfgaard, mages who behave like that either drop their bad habits quickly, or are drawn and quartered by horses in the middle of Victory Square.
So I heard.
So we set out, wandered through the provinces. Everywhere we went, she got in trouble and we pulled her out. And then one day they captured us. The Imperial Secret Police. Me, Og, Sarek, and Yennefer.
Imperial Secret Police?
Mm-hmm. We were separated, and they questioned us. Long and thoroughly, but it was uneventful. No violence. That's how I met Vatia de Rideau. And a couple of weeks later, the Emperor himself. Me. A simple witcher.
What happened to Yennefer?
I don't know. Never saw her again. The Emperor offered me a mission in the northern kingdoms. As for Yennefer, I had the feeling she was somehow important to Emir. As I see it, they learned of the Lodge from her. Those Imperial spooks have their ways. All I heard is that Vatir had his men watch Yennefer closely throughout the time she was at the palace. Then we went off to slay the kings of the north. That's where my knowledge ends.
So she's in the Empire?
She was when I left.
I'm done talking. Let's finish this.
Want to fight?
Any vodka left in that bottle?
A swig apiece. Here. The Imperial army is probably crossing the Yaruga as we speak. Pure pandemonium will ensue. The North's finished. Time to go south, where the good life awaits.
You're a fool, Letho. Both you and your Emperor are forgetting one thing. Misfortune brings people together. Very shortly, the North could be united like never before, thanks to you. But that's just not my concern anymore.
I'm not your foe. I never was. Let me walk away and I will. You'll never see me again. Force me to fight, and this time I'll kill you.
I've learned all I wanted to know. I can feel the memories coming back. Your death won't change a thing. Go where you will.
Just like that. No threats. No words of wisdom.
You going or not?
Farewell, Geralt.
The Witcher had traveled far and wide in search of the Kingslayers. Along the way, he had met both the righteous and scoundrels, Bernard Laredo amongst the latter. Laredo sold Flotsam to Kedwin and scattered the local non-humans to the four winds. Flotsam became a military base. Its civilian population was resettled. In Edirn, the Witcher witnessed Saskia the Dragonslayer achieve a great victory. The Pontar Valley, previously Upper Edirn, became a promised land for outcasts who dared dream of freedom. Even sly old Zoltan Chive came to believe in this land of bliss. Yet dark times approached for the architects of the New Order. Dark clouds had been gathering over Temeria since Foltest's death. Stripped of its king, the land was like a rich cloth which nobles began to shred. These minor scavengers, however, scurried off in fear when true predators reached out for their prize. The summit at Loch Muin sealed the fate of Foltest's realm, when Radovid of Redania and Henselt of Kedwin divided it between them. Years before, Geralt of Rivia had witnessed the fall of the Council and Conclave of Mages. The summit in Loch Muin re-established both bodies, their founders sacrificing Sheila de Tanzerville and her accomplices. Yet Radovid also required humility and loyalty from the proud mages, but this did not sit well with all of them. It was a time of great uncertainty, of rape accomplished by royal decree. Yet as troubled as the day seemed, we, who had in some way shaped the world's fate, finally received some respite. Zoltan resumed the quest for his beloved's hand, and I laid my head in the laps of the muses. Who could have known this tempest which had ravaged the north was but a harbinger of darker days, and the preamble to an entirely new tale of Geralt of Rivia.
Alright, GG's, I made it. Oh, I'm gonna leave this cutscene in as well. here come the new guardians. GG. Yep. Alright, well, that's it for now. Thank you for watching and see you next time.